Good morning, world. I hope you are able to see me, listen to me. Great. So, we are delighted to welcome you all to the maiden journey of the Climate Action Young Leaders Summit. I am Sumit Arora, a techie turned development sector professional and a climate enthusiast. And I'm going to be your host for the day. These are going to be some action packed 3 days with more than 65 young leaders from more than 15 countries talking about their views, their experiences, and solutions. It is a 3 day summit with discussions around one overarching theme every day. And today is the first day. We are going to talk about what is climate change, what led us here, what are the impacts, and uh, what are the impacts we're going to see around the world because of this. The world we live in today doesn't talk about a subject until uh, it has an economic impact. And tomorrow we are going to talk about the economics of climate change. So it is related or relatable to each one of us in terms of money. The third and final day is about how do we solve the crisis at hand and different approaches to the solution and what our young leaders think about it. We will also have six amazing keynote speakers who are going to share their experiences about each theme of the day. Today, we have Gloria from Nigeria and Olivia from India talking about roots and impacts of climate change. Each of them will actually take up one very important subject in both before lunch and after lunch sessions. But before we begin, I want to take a few minutes to share with you how this summit actually came together and what is Project Enviro Aware. So my journey into the climate domain or climate sector started around 6 months ago when I heard a young boy presenting about the climate crisis. The presentation was okay; it had all the facts, everything, but until it reaches you, you don't really understand what it means that climate change is happening. So all of the facts put together, it wasn't that great. But when the how the boy was presenting it, I found so much fear in his voice that if he didn't act now, he is not going to have a future. And that hit me deep down my heart. And I kept on thinking, if he is so scared, what will happen to my kid who is even younger, just 4 years old? what what is the future I'm going to give him? So if it is so scary around, as a parent, I'm not able to give my kid what is my duty. And that started my research into the sector. And during that research, interacted with more than 30 people from around 17 countries to understand what is happening about the climate. It is important. We all read about climate, but if you see on online, if you see, Google about climate, you see two things. One, the kids are on street. Two, the world leaders are not doing anything. But what exactly is happening? To understand that, I spoke to so many people and I found such great work being done by a lot of different communities, a lot of different individuals, a lot of different corporates who are trying to do something. But what is more important, that the kids right now are on streets, and we need to give them a platform where they can interact with the world. This led me to all of this research actually led me to the Climate Reality Project, which started by Mr. Al Gore. And I also got trained as a climate reality leader a few weeks back. I met a lot of new climate enthusiastic people during the summit. And during this training, after this training ended, so we thought, some of us thought actually, so how do we bring the voice of youth to the table where the decisions are being made? So I hope this platform brings that value. So the youth of today is the one who actually started the fight against climate change because it is their future at risk. And if we don't do anything, I mean, what are we going to do for our next generation? If the youth today doesn't get the platform to express what kind of world they want to live in the conversation around the climate, the conversation around the climate is incomplete, skewed, and it's not going to yield a result based on what the future holds. It is only going to say what I'm going to do a little bit here and there. But the future of our kids at risk, we need to bring them in the table, them in the conversation, and to the platform where the world leaders listen to them. So this, I hope, this platform, this summit becomes the platform that the world leaders would listen to, and the youths are able to express their voices and opinions to this. So now, I before I invite our speaker for the day, let me ask you a question. So, what do you all think that climate change is a hoax? Why don't you write your answers in the chat box? And those of you watching us on YouTube and Facebook, why don't you comment on this live stream videos? Do you think climate change is a hoax? Let me give you a minute to type in the answers. Okay. Of course, the people who are here do not think that climate change is a hoax, but a lot of people do. And a lot of people are lobbying around the climate change being a hoax. And sort of their bread and butter is about making climate change a hoax. So, what really it is? So, this whole day is about climate change, the truth within the hoax. Is it, what are the roots of the climate change? What are the impacts? And are there any, what are the scientific evidence that we talk about? Though there are a lot of researches, a lot of things, but is it really something that we should worry about? To talk about that, we will have uh, esteemed panelist, Ms. Gloria Kasangbulos from Nigeria. Then we will have a lot of panel discussions. After the break, we will have Olivia from India to talk about another very important topic on how gender and climate change are related, or how climate change impacts gender in a different way. So this is the whole lineup for the day. The timings are up on our website. You can go and have a look at it, or we will be posting all of these in our social media as well. So stay tuned for the great day. So now, next, I want to invite Ms. Gloria Kasang-Bulus, who is the West Africa Regional Coordinator for African Climate Reality Project, who is also trained by Mr. Al Gore many years back and is available with us very early in her morning. I think it's around 4:30 a.m. At her place. So I welcome her to join the conversation. Gloria, if you are there, why don't you turn on your camera and ask and come online to talk about this.
All right. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. It's quite early, really very early in the morning here in Nigeria. My name is Gloria Kasambulus. I'm excited to be here. I am the West African Regional Coordinator for the African branch, which is African Climate Reality Project, which is the African branch of Al Gore's organization, which is Climate Reality Project. So today I will be speaking on climate change, the truth within the hoax. And so I will be sharing my screen with you. Sorry, can you enable my screen?
Can you try now? It is, I think, enabled that you can share your screen now.
Okay, that's fine now. Okay.
Are you able to share your screen, Gloria?
Yes, I'm trying to get the document out. Okay. So is this can you also see my screen?
Yes. Can you make it in the presenter mode? Yeah.
Yes, I will. I'll do that. Okay. Is this fine now?
Yes, we can see it. I can see it is live also. So great. I'm
Okay.
gonna. So Gloria, you take over from here. I'll shut my camera off. I'll come back once you are about to finish. So over to you. The stage is yours. Tell us how climate change is not a hoax.
Okay. Thank you so much. So here we go. Um so good morning everyone. And my name is Gloria Kasamboulos. I'll be speaking on climate change, the truth within the hoax. And so I put up this cartoon pictures so you could all see. It's cartoons have a way of like really make they're catchy, but then they have some very good messages embedded in them. This is the Earth in a hospital seeking for medical attention. The Earth has a fever and it's time to seek attention um, right away. And so the doctor has examined the Earth and the results are out, and it's climate change. And the question is just how many gases, greenhouse gases, have you been consuming? Some of us might have heard about greenhouse gases, greenhouse gases. So basically, greenhouse gases are what is causing the climate change. And these are emissions that affects affect the climate. And so how do these emissions come about? Basically, they are from human activities. If you can see from my slide, this slide is actually supposed to be a video, but unfortunately, it seems it wouldn't play here. And so you see some of those human activities that are causing the climate to change. First, our coal mining activities, which is actually a very huge concern. Our industrial processes. What are those processes that are used in industries that are affecting our climate? We have coal plants. Most of our cement industries uses coal for production. And so this causes quite a lot of emission, causing a lot of environmental degradation. We have fertilization, we have land transportation, we have our landfills, we have oil production, we have air transport. And so coming back to fertilization, what are those kind of chemicals we put in our farms that we use every day just for food production? Are they harmful? Have we ever thought about how harmful these plants are to us as human beings and also um, to the environment? And so one of the largest sources of global warming pollution is the burning of fossil fuel. We must have had fossil fuel, fossil fuel, fossil fuel. And this fossil fuel is the fuels that we use in our cars, in some of our equipments, in some production, manufacturing or production industries. And if you can see from this graph, it shows it's from 1850 down to 2019. And you can see it keeps increasing. This um, pollution from fossil fuel keeps increasing as the year goes by, which is really very sad. It just actually shows that um, as the year goes by, we are polluting the environment and therefore the climate keeps changing. And so we're pouring 158 million tons of man-made global warming pollutions into the thin shell of our atmosphere every 24 hours, as if it was an open sewage. And looking at this cartoon, it says, okay, the young girl here is saying, I skipped a day of school to take a stand on climate change. And so last Friday's Global Youth Climate Summit There was a global youth climate summit last Friday. And then someone else is saying, that's nothing. I skipped 2 decades. Climate change is a hoax. And so let me take you through some more slides. Let's see if actually climate change is a hoax. Now, this is the global surface temperature from 1880 to 2019. You can see the trends on the graph. You can see the red. And so it shows that surface temperature keeps increasing. And as the year goes by, it keeps increasing. And so you see in 2019, the average global surface temperature keeps increasing. And that explains why we're experiencing quite a lot of heat in different countries. And back in my country, it is not any far from what other countries are experiencing. I remember how hot it was last year and even the previous year. And so it hasn't been really very funny. I can imagine how uncomfortable it is. There's 72% chance 2020 will be the most hottest year ever. And so quite a lot of countries have recorded that. And so looking at this, 19 of the 20th hottest years on record have occurred since the year 2001. And so you can see we have 2016 as the hottest, 2019, 2017, 15, 18, and so it goes on. And so at the end of 2020, we will determine where we will the amount of heat experienced in 2020. But I bet it with you 2020 is not any different from previous years. And so the hottest of all has been in the last 5 years, which is 2016, 2019, 17, 15, and 18. And so looking at this picture, this is in Miami, Florida, June 20, June 29, 2020. It just recorded its hottest week ever in Miami. And so going to other countries around the world from January 30th to February 1st, 2020, which is this year that we're in, Australia has experienced quite a lot of heat waves. If you can see from my screen, you see the extreme heat waves, you see which is in deep red. And so the lighter one is the severe heat waves and the low intensity heat. And so there's quite a lot of heat going on in different countries. And so this is um, Canberra, Australia, which is January 5th, 2020. It has a new set of heat all over. And so all-time heat recorded of 44 degrees Celsius, which is on January 4th, 2020, which is quite a lot. And we have never experienced that. Um, and so looking at Ghana, which is not far from Nigeria, Ghana set its all-time temperature record of 44 degrees centigrade, which was recorded in April 6, 2020, same year. And so temperatures in Europe, if you can see in July 25th, 2019, Europe recorded its hottest year ever. France, Germany, the Netherlands, the UK, Belgium, all broke their all-time record heat in 2019. And so from the graph, you can actually see the temperatures of Siberia reached about 38 degrees Celsius in June, on the 20th of June 2020. This is the northernmost 100 degrees temperature ever recorded and the highest temperature on record in the Arctic. We know what the Arctic is, and so this is the temperature is quite high there. And so 93% of the extreme heat trapped by man-made global warming pollution goes into the ocean. And so the ocean is supposed to cool the earth, but then unfortunately the heat trapped goes back into the ocean. And so definitely we will experience quite a lot of heat. And looking at the ocean temperature which set a new record in 2019, you can see the way it keeps going up from 1940, which it was quite low, and then so sometime around the 90s, it started going higher and higher, and then in 2020, you can see it has gone up. And so we recorded quite a lot of ocean temperatures in 2019. So 2020 is likely to set a new record again. So at the end of 2020, we will be able to know the amount of current ocean temperatures in 2020. And as temperatures increases, oceans um, uh, as temperature increases, the ocean evaporates more moisture into the air. This is meant to be a video, but it just won't play here, so I will just skip it. And so, looking here, also you see at from my screen in this year in May, it was recorded at least 578 people were affected by Typhoon Vokford, which is really very sad. And so if you go around the world, you keep seeing all sorts of things happening. And then in Bangladesh, we're experiencing floods in Bangladesh. And so uh, Amphan has killed it. So all crops are being damaged, trees are being destroyed. And the question is, what do we do? And so in India, in May 2020, India is facing a dual challenge of cyclone in the time of COVID-19. So I can imagine in the heat of COVID-19, India is being faced with cyclone. So I mean, it's really very terrible. The gravest effects of all attacks on the environment are suffered by the poorest. And so the vulnerable are at the receiving end. If you're most vulnerable, the your adaptability, your is quite really very low. Your resilience is really very low, and so it will be difficult for you to cope with that. And so the poor are left at an edge, and so poor countries are suffering, the vulnerables are suffering, persons with disability, old persons, the sick, children and women are the receiving edge of all this impact of climate change. And so global record breaking precipitation abnormalities, which is the amount of rainfall, keeps fluctuating, if you can see from this graph. And in 2016, it keeps going up. The abnormalities keep going up. And so in Nigeria, I remember last year we had prolonged rainfall, and this year we're experiencing really very heavy rainfall, which has led to quite a lot of floods in Nigeria. And so looking at Tennessee in February 2015, there's been severe floods because of the high level of abnormalities in precipitation. And so in New Jersey too, in 2019, there has been flood recorded. And also in Louisiana too, in 2019, July 13, there has been flood also, which are all in the United States of America. And so globally, floods and extreme rainfall events may occur 4 times more than in the 1980s. So what are we saying here? We're saying that we should expect more floods. Yes, I'm seeing it in my country already. There's been quite a lot of floods. And so looking at um Orchard in Nebraska in 2019, 5th of May. And so there has been quite a lot of flood. If you can see, this is a truck trying to evacuate water, release the water that has been collected. And so in 2019, flooding cost about 20 billion US dollars in damages, including 6.4 billion in federal crop insurance payout. And this is a picture in India again. Nearly 4 million people in India and Nepal have been displaced by flooding and mudslides. This is really very unfortunate. And China is not left behind because 7,000 people were affected by flooding in the province in China. And to Kenya too, about 100,000 people were displaced by flood in China. And so the same extra heat that evaporates more water from the ocean, causing bigger downpours and flood, pulls moisture even more quickly from the soil, causing um, longer and longer droughts. And so when we talk about droughts, we're talking about food insecurity. That means food is being affected, and so we begin to experience hunger. We begin to experience malnutrition, and so groundwater levels in Europe are alarming low this summer, and we all know what that means. This report was brought in 2000 this year, June 2020, which shows that the groundwater is being affected, which shows that agricultural produce is being affected. And so, looking at Poland, in parts of Poland and Romania, the drought is worse in the century, and in Czech Republic, it's worse in 500 years. And so, this report is from Poland. It was sometime June 12th this year. And so India is not left behind from the 21st of um, May 2019, which China, India's sixth largest country, ran out of water as the reservoirs dried up. And so we have that in Cape Town. We have quite a lot of countries experiencing that. And so you have hotter years typically have more fires. And so the more the temperature increases, you begin to hear quite a lot of wildfires happening. The Amazon wildfires have taken us quite unawares with outrageous amount of wildfires amounting to um, quite thousands of outbreaks of wildfires in the Amazon rainforest in Brazil. And so this is Arizona in which is in June 19, 2020, wildfires have burned hundreds of square miles in the Arizona this year. And so also in California, there has been Kincaid fire, which grew up about 16 acres within 24 hours, which is quite huge. And so looking at Australia, Australia too is not left behind with wildfires, which this was reported 31st of December 2019. And so these are wildfires in South Africa, if you can see from the graph, from my screen, cities and towns that are being affected by these wildfires. And so it goes on and on. So climate change is taking its toll on Southern America. It is evident not just in Southern America, but in every part of the world. So worldwide extreme weather catastrophes is shown on this screen. If you can see, it keeps increasing and going up until when 2019. If you see from the graph, the red is the extreme temperatures and droughts and also wildfires, and the blue is the floods and mudslides, and then the storms are the ones in the orange. And you see, it doesn't get better as the year goes by; it keeps increasing, and we have quite a lot of fluctuations. And so, looking at southwest Greenland, we're seeing the glaciers are beginning to melt, which is quite unusual. And so I remember it's been said that if the glaciers are melting, quite a lot of diseases will be released into the world. And so we have seen COVID-19 come in place, and quite a lot of us went through a lot in the past few months because of the COVID-19. And so declining ice mass in Graceland, you can all see this is all the impacts of climate change. The Antarctic is being ice is being lost, and then 10 countries at risk from sea level rise in 2070, and so it's been projected already. You can see from my screen, these are the countries that these are projections, and these are countries that will be affected, and so it goes on and on like that, and you see the rise in sea level in 2020 keeps going up so in different countries, and so this is quite alarming because unusual things are really happening around us. And so you begin to wonder what is happening. And so about 129 billion worth of New York City real-time estate now lies in flood zones. And this is happening in the US. And in my country is not any different. Last Saturday, I was privileged to move around to see the floods, the impacts of the flood around, and it was really, really so heartbreaking for me. And so in Kiribati is the first nation to purchase land in another country to house its climate refugees. And so we begin to have quite a lot of climate refugees. This is one of the impacts of this of climate change, and it causes a lot of forced migrations. People begin to move to look for shelter, to look for alternatives somewhere else. And so climate change will likely lead to floods and water shortages, the diseases, disputes over refugees and resources, and destructions by natural disaster in different regions. You can see in Croatia, these are climate refugees. They're trying to look for another source of livelihoods. Livelihoods are being hampered. And so climate change is also a medical emergency. If you can see from my screen, we see quite a lot of diseases are being um, we are beginning to come up. And so you see the West Nile virus, you see quite a lot of viruses, you see the Chagas disease, you see the Zika diseases, all are coming up as a result of climate change. And so in China, as the climate changes and humans expand further into Earth's remaining wildfires, 5 new infectious diseases are emerging on average each year. And so you can imagine COVID-19 came all the way from China. It's no news. The whole world knows that. And so if we have something like COVID-19, the coronavirus, then what else will happen if another virus comes up again? So that attributes another impact of climate change is air pollution. And so if you can see global deaths per year as a result of the ambient air pollution. And so it keeps increasing as the year um, goes by. And so this is China again in 2020, July 15, a study of 340 and 24 cities in China found a 15 to 22 increase in COVID-19 cases in areas with elevated level of nitrogen oxide and PM of 2.5 particular pollution. And so as pollution keeps increasing, uh, well, we're more at risk of COVID-19. And so these are the COVID-19 rate in the United States of America. This is for Asia, and you can see the death rate for Black Americans from COVID-19 is more than twice that of white Americans. So it just shows our vulnerability to some of this pandemic. And so, how does climate change affect food supply? We're looking at food. It affects nutrition, nutrition is affected. So floods, drought, diseases, the heat, the pests, the fires, the water availability, and toxins is what affects food supply. And so we now risk losing up to 50% of all land-based species in this century. Biodiversities are being affected. And so these emissions, what are the cost of these emissions? What are the cost of our carbon emissions? One, it causes political instability. It causes floods and mudslides, wildfires, drought, storm damage, ocean acidification, infrastructure loss, climate refugees, species extinction, melting glaciers, farming, water scarcity, ecosystem loss. It affects our way of life. Infectious diseases are being released, and so sea levels rise, and much more and much more. And so the number one threat to global economy is carbon. And so we must deal with that. And so I like this picture. It shows we've got a problem. And so the science is saying we've got a problem. And so the magic board, another source is saying otherwise. It's saying, no, not sure. We're not sure. Don't ask or can't say. But then this is a misinformation of this information. It's happening. We're all experiencing it. It's everywhere. It's happening. There is no country that is left behind. Even the most developed countries are experiencing the impacts of climate change. But then I have good news for you. We have the solutions at hand, and it's very easy. Now, it's very simple. It's a just transition, a just green recovery. We need a smooth transition, a just transition to a green economy. And so, how can we achieve a green economy? We have electric cars, we have the use of solar system, we have quite a lot of um, um, eco-friendly practices that can help us um, that can help us transit to a green economy. We have tree plantings, we have biodiversity protection, we have smart cities, which we have um, pollution. We can take care of our pollution, waste management, and quite a lot of practices that we can engage in. And so, if you can see, we have quite a lot enough solar power energy. The sun emits quite enough of solar energy that reaches at every hour, and so we can use that. We can harness that into solar energy to use instead of using the normal sources of electricity. Now, renewable energy is actually one of our solutions, or biggest solutions to this climate crisis. And so, in 2015 Paris Agreement, every nation in the world agreed to work together to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by mid-century. The US cannot legally withdraw until the day after the 2020 presidential election. So we're all in this together. And so the Paris Agreement is there to guide us. So over two, 240 global companies have made a commitment to go 100% renewal. So we have companies, we have individuals, we have organizations making this commitment after experiencing the impacts of climate change. And so, why are you not making those decisions yourself? Why are you not switching to sustainable practices yourself to protect our environment? And so, these are just the pictures of different countries. And so, why don't we join these voices? Join those who are using their voices to fight their future, their community, and their world. And so, use your voice, speak the truth to power, like the world depends on it. But truly, the world actually depends on it. And so, I'm asking a very big question. This is where we as young people are saddled with the responsibility. And so the question comes, why young people? Young people play a very important role in the fight against climate change. And so, why young people? Because young people constitute the majority of the population in many countries. Young people are key stakeholders in the fight against climate change. Young people have the voices. They are the voices that is needed to be heard in the fight against the climate crisis. They have an increasingly strong social and environmental awareness, which has the power to transform our societies towards a low carbon and climate resilient future. And so addressing and adjusting to climate crisis can define the future of today's youth. It is therefore critical that young people educate themselves and become more actively involved in combating this threat. And so, we're looking at youth as leaders. So, in the first picture, this is me while I was giving a talk. Um, I love to speak about this climate crisis. And so, why young people? Young people as youth, as leaders. So youth constitute the majority of population in many countries. They are the voices that we need. And so we need to speak, we need to raise our voices. That way we can get this climate, we can get this climate issue solved. If we can't get it all, we can actually get it to a large percentage solved, because it is our responsibility. And so what is the truth on climate change? And so this picture says many people will not notice if I tweet a selfie, because everyone is busy with other things. Nobody cares about climate change because they think it's a hoax. But then we need to make everybody know the truth that climate change is a global challenge of the 21st century. Its impact is not shared equally. Developing and underdeveloped countries are most seriously affected and are also the least able to address the consequences of climate change. Climate change affects development efforts because it affects every aspect of life. If climate change is deferred and not addressed now, it will have serious impacts than anticipated in future, and therefore adaptation and mitigation will be too expensive to afford. And the question has shifted from who will deal with climate change to how do we deal with climate change. Young people must raise their voices and engage in good environmental practices to deal with climate change. Climate change is the defining challenge of our era. No issue is more fundamental to the global changes we face: reducing poverty, maintaining economical growth, ensuring peace and stability. These are words from Ban Ki-moon, the one-time Secretary General of the United States, during the COP15. And so, youth involvement is very necessary for climate action, because youth run the risk of also contributing to climate change and failing to mitigate it, just as past generations have been doing. So, now is the time to make the difference as youth to begin to address this climate change. And so, we youth are influencers. If you do not know, I'm telling you today that you are an influencer. For you to actively and meaningfully participate and influence development into the direction of climate resilient development, it is important that we understand the issues and its challenges. And so, what are the issues? The issues is basically just straight climate change, how it's happening, how it's impacting us, and then how we can address this climate change. So, youth needs to actively participate in addressing the climate change problems, not as victims, but more importantly, as solution providers. Youth should be recognized not only on paper, but as an age group with a lot of potential in addressing the climate change problem, which spans within and across generations. And so I like this. It says acclimatize them young towards a climate resilient development. And I like to call us to action, which says climate change is a global problem. And so this is a call to action for us to begin to raise our voices, for us to begin to speak about climate change, for us to begin to take actions, for us to begin to lobby our elected leaders to see how we can address this climate change issue. It is really very important that we engage our elected leaders. It is really important that we speak about climate change. It is important that we begin to take actions as young people. No one will take actions for us. The world is looking at us as young people to take actions on climate change. And so it is very important that we take this action, because the world depends on it. The world depends on us as young people to address climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I think this was a very informative and very challenging presentation. The kind of uh, images you showed us, the kind of images you showed us were actually very frightening. Like we think about developed countries as who cannot be, suffering from climate change issues, but you gave examples of the U.S. that Florida is uh, in in the flood zone now, and almost 129 billion dollars of worth capital is can just vanish one day. So this is very alarming, very alarming. I wanted to have a questions with you, but I think we are almost out of time, and the other panel is waiting. So thank you so much for your time and coming on board at such an early time. And your, as for your country, it's fantastic, and thank you for sharing the hard truths, the hard facts, which nobody can ignore. That climate change is here, and it is the biggest threat of the world today. So I thank you
Thank you.
so much for your time.
Thank you so much. I truly appreciate, but I will have to leave so I can catch some little sleep before the morning goes.
Sure, Gloria. So thank you so much again. We'll
You're welcome.
we'll just move on to some more nice discussions now. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. All right. Enjoy the rest of the summit and all the best.
Thank you, Gloria. Uh, so welcome back, guys. So now we have another jam-packed session. But before we start the session, I wanted to show you a small video of a movie that has been released by some of our friends. It's a wonderful, wonderful movie. Let me just play this video for you. It talks about the relevance of the youth, talking about the climate change that is happening. I hope you guys see my screen.
Do you think that the COVID-19 pandemic will open people's eyes, maybe help them change their ways of living to, help the planet breathe again?
I think that COVID-19 is this warning from the planet. This, it's a pretty gentle warning.
I'm a child of the world, and we are the future. But today, I breathe toxic air, drink toxic water, eat toxic food. I face inequality, discrimination. Even the climate is hurting me now. You adults must change your ways. You make excuses of politics and economics to choose short-term profit over long-term loss.
That is my future.
More than words, more than promises.
We need action. So today, I reject the status quo. Now, I am taking action.
We need to take action. Children of the world, unite. To protect, to connect. We are the Voyagers.
To transform our future.
I'm only a child, yet I know we are all a family. I'm not afraid to share anymore.
I am not afraid to care for all that is living. I will rise. I will connect.
Do something. It is a time to stop using all that plastic. Wake up, people. Really.
change. I'm on a voyage to find inspiration.
To find a future of solution. Safer, inspiring, and inclusive Earth for all.
Losing my future is not an option anymore.
We are the future.
We are the change.
Children of Mother Earth, away again. Seeds of the rising sun. Seeds of the rising sun. Seeds of the rising sun. This is the voyage for change. This is the voyage for change. Voyage for change.
So, hi, welcome back. I hope you like the video. It truly talks about how much of the issues are there uh, and how does it impact the younger people. And now we are here to discuss what we just heard from Gloria and what we just saw in the video. So now there is a panel discussion between Arsum Pathak, who is a doctoral candidate in the US, uh, Damodar, who is now a program manager, Aga Khan Agency in India. Previously, he worked with UNDP. Then we also have Nuria from UK, who's a student a master's student from on conversation biology from the University of Kent. So welcome everyone, and have a great morning. So can you guys hear me? Can I hear a nod from you that you are audible?
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So we all heard Gloria that climate change is not a hoax anymore. It is impacting world in many different ways. We're seeing devastation almost all the countries today. One country is about to vanish because of the climate change. There are a lot of migrations happening because of climate change. So it's a real issue today, and still I see some of the world leaders are actually talking about that climate change is still a hoax. So I'm not sure how to really deal with it. But Arsum, you are a doctoral student. You take topics around environment and sustainability uh, and science and policy. Why don't you talk about a little bit and tell us what is exactly climate change, and do you think why is it still being considered a hoax at some of the countries?
Sure. Thanks, Sumit. So, as Sumit said, I'm a climate researcher conducting my research on climate impacts and adaptation on small island developing states, the islands everyone's talking about that are about to disappear. So I want to discuss three important arguments that perpetuates the idea that climate change is a hoax. First, and my favorite one, the climate has always been changing, right? Earth has gone through warm and cool phases in the past and long before humans were around. Well, yes, but the natural causes alone can't explain the record warming of today's climate, particularly the warming since the mid-20th century, which is occurring much faster than what was happening 1.5 billion years ago. The greenhouse gas emissions, that is the main culprit of the Earth's rapidly changing climate. And while these gases are important in keeping the planet warm, their amount in our atmosphere has skyrocketed in recent decades. Human activities such as burning of fossil fuels like coal and oil has increased the concentration of carbon dioxide by as much as 40%. The clearing of land for agricultural, fertilizer use, livestock production, and other human activities has increased other greenhouse gases such as nitrous oxide and methane in our atmosphere. Now, though we have natural carbon sinks such as forests and oceans that absorb these greenhouse gases from the atmosphere through photosynthesis and other processes, they can't keep up with our rising emissions. In a really interesting article by NASA, they concluded that Earth's average temperature has already risen by about 1 degree Fahrenheit during the last 20th century. And yes, 1 degree, it may not sound much, but think about it. When the last ice age ended, and the northeastern United States was covered by more than 3,000 feet of ice. The average temperature, they were just 5 to 9 degrees different from what they are today. Now, you may be thinking, if this is real, why do we have so much uncertainty? What is leading to this hoax around? Another argument I hear, particularly from around the scientific community, is that there is no consensus among scientists on climate change. So there's apparently a consensus gap, which is a gap between the public perception and the reality of export agreement, which largely occurs due to a misinformation campaign that manufactures doubt to divert our attention from serious climate policies. To explain this, let me walk you a little bit through some existing climate research. In 2013, John Cook, with 8 other researchers, conducted a study on examining around 12,000 climate abstracts from 1991 to 2011, looking for topics like global climate change or global warming in the scientific literature. Their analysis revealed that the abstracts that had a position on anthropogenic global warming had a 97.1% consensus that humans are primarily responsible for recent global warming. Now, again, in 2016, John Cook, this time with 15 other researchers, examined the available studies on scientific consensus. And then they found that the original 97% consensus is robust and consistent with other surveys of climate scientists and peer-reviewed studies. So even beyond climate scientists, J.S. Carlton and 3 other researchers found that 93% of biophysical scientists believe that temperatures have increased, and 91% believe that anthropogenic contributions to these rising temperatures. Most of the leading science organizations, for example, United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, Indian National Science Academy, they've issued public statements expressing that humans are the primary cause of climate change. Now, what is much less certain is the rest of the issue. So if the temperatures are rising, how high will the temperature go? How fast will it get there? Or how bad will this be? But climate science, like any other science, is built on uncertainty, testing and refuting models and hypotheses. And then as scientists gather more observations and we refine our current models, we keep adding details to the current knowledge. Now, the Yale program on climate change communication conducts a national representative survey called Climate Change in the American Mind. In their recent findings from 2019, the survey revealed about 6 in 10 Americans understand that global warming is mostly human caused. But when it came to scientific consensus, only 20% understand how strong the level of consensus among climate scientists is. There's another interesting part to it. Less than 30% of Americans think they themselves will face a great deal of harm personally or within their family or community due to climate change. More than 50 to 60% think that it will impact the developing countries a great deal of future or their future generations. And this is something called risk perception, which is very common, where climate change is considered as a distant threat, where it may never impact us. Well, let me tell you this, and I think Gloria touched upon this, but no matter where you are, geographically, socially, economically, you've already started experiencing the consequences of climate change. If you're a farmer, you have seen erratic rainfall and snow cover damaging your crops. If you live on the coast, you have seen more intense flooding. If you live in a city, you've noticed the quality of air getting worse and worse, and higher temperatures actually trap hot air with air pollutants and sets up the condition for ground level ozone, which is a harmful pollutant. This will lead to more health risk and fatality from heat stroke, extreme weather events, even displacement of people in so many small islands as these islands become unsuitable to live in. So next time when you hear climate change being a hoax or not, remember that there is no room for doubt, but only action. Thanks, Sumit.
Thank you, Asum. I think you just added a lot of hard facts from what Gloria had mentioned. She showed us the live pictures of how it is actually impacting us, and you gave us some hard scientific research topics which have been published around. So let me move on. We know that the science is there, and you spoke about a lot of things about science, and you kept on. You told us that science is continuously evolving, continuously making more efforts. So to understand the data more and more. But there's one question I have. But let me ask this question to you later. Let me first go to Damodar. Damodar, climate change is not a hoax. Gloria said, or Sum said. World leaders are still not believing it. What is your take on that? Why they don't believe it?
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Sumit. And I believe it's a really tough job to speak after Arsum and Gloria. After that, they have put up lots of facts and scientific evidences about why climate change is a reality and not a hoax. When it comes to the climate change action or conservation per environmental conservation per se, on one hand, it is really heartening to see that environmental conservation has moved beyond just the domain of planting trees, and the action on climate change is also the discourse is starting to getting bigger and bigger and louder and coming out of environmental domain of environmental experts. More and more youth, more and more people and common citizens are getting engaged and involved into it. uh, However, at the same time, it is very important to see whys and whats of the narratives that are driving this entire climate change denial debate. Be it politicians, as you had rightly said, or be it other activists, or be it other vested interest lobbies that are trying to twist the narratives and are trying to confuse with the information propaganda about common citizens for denying the climate change. That there are certain normal and most common myths that we normally see around, and I would like to particularly highlight and debunk those in this discussion. One is that the climate change models are not so robust, and that we hear a lot of time from people, and particularly the climate skeptic lobby, and they say that these models are just prepared by certain scientists, and they are not as robust. They are particularly sensitive to the levels of greenhouse gas emissions, and that is why this entire debate that stems the climate change is hoax stems from it. Rather, we would like to clearly highlight here in this panel discussion that the more than 20 major international research centers, particularly dedicated to the climate change all over the globe, are doing the research on climate change models, and it is actually it's a pure science, educated best estimates and guesses that you can make based on the observations that you have made, testing the hypothesis and validating them. So as far as robustness of this model is concerned, there are no concerns as such. Another thing is that Arsum had clearly highlighted that Earth has gone its own natural course, and people say that it has gone its own axial precessions, apsidal precessions, sunspot cycles. They are normally drive the aberrations in the environment of Earth, and that climate change is a subset of it. As she has rightly pointed, that the levels of elevated levels of greenhouse gas emissions, other pollutants, temperatures are something that is unprecedented in the entire geological history of India, and that is something we'll need to be careful about. The most significant debate that stems from the question of climate denial lobby is that the IPCC also got it wrong. It withdrew some of its research, and it did acknowledge that it went wrong, and that is why they see look that the climate change is a hoax. I would like to highlight that that's the very beauty of science. We are not driving the agenda. The climate change experts are not driving the agenda. They are accepting the peer reviews of their own work. They are ready to acknowledge if they have erred on certain parameters, and they are ready to make amends to it. So it is a scientifically robust principle, and that is where the beauty of action on climate change comes in. As far as leaders are concerned, as you have identified, there is a concern that the climate change or the climate change action will lead to a whole north-south divide and the neo-climate colonialism. The developing country parties may not have enough developmental carbon space required for their own economic development. So this is where I believe the Paris Agreement and its bedrock principle of CBDR-RC, common but differentiated responsibilities in light of respective capacities, has a significant role to play in allaying those fears that every country party is historically been responsible to elevated levels of greenhouse gas emissions and climate change, which is why its own action has to be proportional to its historic responsibility in light of its current socioeconomic and various other conditions. So now this drives me to wonder where this country like India, which has had a rich tradition of living in sync with environment. If you look at 7th century, there are great court poets like Banabhatta, who had actually detailed in vivid and graphic details how the communities and tribals in the forest are living in sync with nature, and there are great written histories about it. There are and importantly, we'll also need to stress upon the significance of the day that we are speaking on, as the 2nd of October. Mahatma Gandhi, who was greatly inspired by the Henry David Thoreau and his principles of environmentalism, although the term ecology was not coined at that time, the Gandhi had given us an idea about how the ways of lives of tribal communities and peasant communities could have an implication for driving India's economic progression. So this is where I believe a country like India has a way to show to the world that the entire action on climate change has to get out of the climate experts domain and has to be a mass movement of people, so that the action on the climate change is robust. Lastly, I would like to say that this is our moment of truth, and this is our moment of reckoning that the climate change is not a hoax and we'll need to act now. Otherwise, I'm afraid we will need to remind ourselves what the 14th century famous Italian poet Dante Alighieri had once said, that in his famous poem Inferno, that the darkest places in hell are reserved for those who maintain neutrality in times of moral crisis. This is the most significant moral and survival challenge for us, and we'll need to take action on that.
Thank you, Damodar. I think what you just highlighted about how developing countries, specifically India, has been in tune with nature for a longer period of time, and you also highlighted how the climate denial lobbies are actually working. So uh, we have hard facts. We have climate denial lobbies who are not really, trying to act against the climate change that is happening, but there is a new rise of a new momentum has risen, which is among the youth, which we are seeing around the Greta Thunberg movement, Fridays for Future, Extinction Rebellion. So there are a lot of groups which have come up who are talking about it, and they are on the street. So, Nuria, I want to understand from you. Why the youth is on street, and what is the role that youth is trying to play here?
Hi, yes, thank you, Samit. So as everyone knows, the policies and decisions made today will influence the future of all children and young adults around the world. And that is why their voice must be highly considered in the decision-making process regarding climate action. It's crucial that we speak up and demand change at a planetary scale, starting with demanding that the governments acknowledge and act accordingly to the climate emergency. Many young people in different countries around the world have already started to claim their power back. And thanks to leading young activists such as Greta Thunberg, who most of us know well for the movement that she started for school strikes every Friday, she has inspired many more young activists to take action by protesting to the inaction of the world leaders in the face of the climate emergency, and asking them to pay attention to the scientific evidence being shown by the environmental and conservation scientists all around the world. This has helped raise the discussion everywhere, and the topic of climate change has been making the front pages of newspapers and TV news reports for the first time in decades. But unfortunately, that is not enough. The last report for the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015 showed that none of the neutral carbon emission goals had been met by most of the subscribing countries. And that is why activism is still the most powerful tool available to everyone, but especially to the youth. There are always projects to join in or around your area, and if nothing has been set up yet, take the initiative. As one of the slogans of the climate action movement, Extinction Rebellion, goes, we are the ones we have been waiting for. So we need to spread the word, we need to get a friend, start a project in your local area. And this is obviously not exclusive to the youth, but the youth are a crucial part of it. We need to be leading the actions that will decide the fate of our future. As it has been previously mentioned by my fellow panelists, science shows enough evidence for us to panic about the state of the world. But only a few of us are willing to listen and take action, because it is far easier to just sit back and pretend that nothing is going on. However, I don't think panicking is the way to go, because sometimes it can paralyze you. As a postgrad student in conservation biology, I have been through all the stages of what has been recently named as eco-anxiety, as I imagine many people listening to this have been as well. But I have grown to realize that although the gravity of the situation is very worrying, there is still hope. And there are many alternatives to change the way we live into a more sustainable life, in balance with nature instead of exploiting it. It is very important to note that not everything is lost yet. And that is the message that I would like to deliver to everyone who might be listening today. There are viable solutions to be implemented, but not only to mitigate the impacts of climate change, but also to better our lives in every possible way. But we need to keep pushing for it. The governments need to listen to us, because we will be the ones living on this planet once they're all gone. And we need to make sure that we will still have a planet to live on.
Great, thank you. I think you just added a lot of weight to the climate action by it's the future of the youth again is at stake, and if they don't work it out today, they are not going to be there when the crisis actually hits us in a big way. It is already hitting us, which we saw from Gloria's presentation. It's already there, but the worst is yet to come, and who is going to bear that worst brunt is the youth of today. So thank you for highlighting that. Uh, Arsum, I have a scientific question again back from. Let's take this round again. So in your presentation also, and we saw in Gloria's presentation also, that the climate temperature has been rising. A lot of greenhouse gases are rising, but don't you think it's more of a natural phenomena in itself, that it keeps on increasing? Maybe it started growing at a little extra pace when all the fossil fuel and all the human activity spurred up on in terms of development per se. uh, is it still going to happen even if we, let's say, stop all of that? The temperature rise is anyway going to happen, so why do we need to act? The world is anyway going to end, so why do we need to act?
Well, I think I'm going to reply that in one line. The point is not about reversing it, that's just beyond our scope now, but slowing it down more. So when we talk about climate change, we're talking about anthropogenic climate change, and the rate that has been happening is at an unanticipated rate, and something that wasn't anticipated, and we haven't planned for it yet. We don't have enough mitigation or adaptation climate policies in place to deal with it. So I think what climate scientists are asking for is to delay it as much as we can and create a window where we have the opportunity to work on the solutions for it.
Sorry, great. I think we do need to work on the solutions here. But let me ask you, let me ask Damodar now. Damodar, what will it take for world leaders to start acting? We have activism from the kids. We have scientific evidence now. What would you add on to what just Arsum said, that we need to delay it now? And specifically, if you talk about the agreements that we are seeing, the Paris Agreement or the Quito Agreement, or how the developing countries can actually roll back to developed countries? Because right now, what I'm seeing that the debate is also on by developing countries saying that we also need to be developed. We also need to provide all those services to our citizens. The developed countries did what they had to do, and now they're asking us to not develop the same way. So, what is your argument around this? How can developing countries take the leverage or do things differently, or how developed countries can help developing countries, if you have a point of view around that?
Yes, certainly, Sumit. And that is the most pragmatic and the burning question of our time, that how do we accommodate each other's sentiments and bridge this north-south divide that the countries have apparently. One point that I just highlighted was about the climate colonialism concerns that the countries may have, the developing country parties, maybe the least developing countries, or the small island developing country parties. So their concerns need to be definitely allayed, and that is where I think the Paris Agreement did its job fundamentally well, at least conceptually speaking. But we'll need to see how the implementation of the Paris Agreement goes, because there are concerns with respect to the Green Climate Fund that was constitutionalized with the Paris Agreement, $100 billion kitty to be created by 2020. And there are substantial concerns with respect to country parties, particularly the developed country parties, fulfilling their part of the pledges. So although the fund is functional and has started contributing to the environmental climate change, environmental mitigation and adaptation measures, replenishing that and keeping it replenished for the every year is indeed a challenge. Look, developed country parties do have their share of concerns, which rather stem from the how Quito went into its implementation mode. That the India and China benefited the most out of CDM measures. So they do have concerns, saying that now these countries, particularly the economies in transition, are gathering a pace with respect to their economic powers are concerned. Therefore, they'll need to shoulder more burden of environmental action. Somewhere down the line, I would also see the country parties negotiating the very bedrock principle of Paris Agreement of CBDRRC, and there are concerns that the historic emission factor will be taken out of equation. So in order to ally those concerns, I believe it is important to mainstream the environmental cost into the economic considerations. That should be the way driving forward. Look, Bhutan came up with the national happiness and gross national happiness index, and it has become a model, a champion into that domain. Some sort of model, some economies need to take up certain challenges and certain ways of adapting to the changed reality of climate change, and start driving their economic business, so that let's say 5 years or 10 years down the line, it becomes a robust model for the country parties to follow. IPCC and Paris Agreement unequivocally address that by 2030 to 2050 is the period where we will need to halt our greenhouse gas emissions, so that the temperature rise by the end of this century will restrict itself to 1.5 degrees Celsius, or certainly below 2 degrees Celsius global average temperature. Because if it goes beyond that, it's hell breaks loose. We don't want to get into that situation, and this is where the country parties need to address the situation head on with a model.
Thanks, Damodar. I think you just highlighted a lot of good pointers here about how different countries are. But Nuria also discussed that these agreements are happening, these meetings are happening, but none of the countries are actually following these things. So, what is if you want to give a very short answer to that, what would it be?
Is it for me or Nuria?
Yeah, Damodar, to you only.
Okay. So the very short answer is that the action on climate change needs to come out of the domain of experts and has to become a mass movement. And this is where I think youth, other local indigenous communities using their traditional knowledge about living in embrace with the nature will come in really handy. I believe Nuria will be able to throw better light on this, because she has been working on that, and her speech was centered on that topic. I would like to hear from Nuria also on that.
Sure. Nuria, what is your take on that?
I wanna add a little bit to that.
Sure, Arsham. Then we'll go.
My 2 cents. But I think, as you said, yes, there are a lot of accords and conventions happening at the national and international level. But participation in most of these initiatives is voluntary. And you can see in a second, the US pulled out, and the Green Climate Fund, it's already suffering from lack of insufficient funds. So since there's no proper mechanisms for countries to participate, no incentives for participation, and it's just a voluntary process, we just see a total decline in the overall countries taking part in these initiatives.
Very important, because countries like US, if they don't, because I think they are the most polluting countries, if they do not be part of that, how do they help the developing countries come out of the same cycle which they went through? So thank you for adding that. Nuria, building on to what Arsum and Damodar pointed out, how do we make this a mass movement? And what is definitely the youth can actually take it. The youth today is the influencer, because in many other domains and many other sectors we see the elders following the youth. So why is it not happening here? So what is your and how can we make that happen in this sector as well?
I think it is very important for the youth to be represented in places such as the UN, which I think it's already happening, but it should be more representative of each country around the world. And yeah, it is the children's future that is in stake. So that's why we should listen to their voice, because the decision should be made regarding their well-being, and they are the ones who have the first word about their well-being. So it's very important that they are represented in the decision-making process. And I would also say that for everyone who's lost and don't know what to do, and they want to start something, they want to start a project, and they don't know how to do it, there are many resources online. And if we are really good at something, the youth, is at using technologies, so use them to your advantage. Find resources online that will help you start a project, like a really cool project you saw somewhere else in the world, and you want to do the same. There are ways to do it, and always there will be adults as well willing to help. And yeah, I think, for example, the website of Extinction Rebellion is a really good place to find resources for that.
Well, thank you, Nuvia. I think this is very important, that how the youth learns, which also brings to the point that maybe they're not still getting the right education on the climate, because they still have to go out and find the solutions like that on their own. So, that could be a very good end to our panel as well, because the next panel is about education and climate change. So we'll just build on to this conversation there itself. But I just want to ask you one more question, Nuria, and I think Arsum, you can also answer that. What do you think the youth, from the policy standpoint and from the decision making standpoint, has platforms where they can represent themselves? Right now, we talk about them representing somewhere, but do they have the enough platforms where they can do it?
I think obviously social media is a big platform, but there needs to be work done in like official platforms where they can be represented. As we all know, obviously we can't vote until we're a certain age. It depends on the country, but that makes it difficult, because you can discuss that they might not be as prepared as a young adult, or of the day, it's very concerning that they don't have a voice like we do.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah, Yeah, I want to build on to that. Yes, there are enough platforms, but what is lacking is they're not streamlined. So there's a lot of things happening, but it's not in one place where people can go and find all the information. And then Nuria talked about official platforms. Yes, I think the next panel would talk about this more in detail, but having it as core curriculums, having climate science, climate information, climate policies as part of your education system really helps. And just having that basic information from, and I think the new education policy should play a big part in this, but just integrating climate change with the policy part, with the economics part, and how it's the whole consequences of it from early stages really helps in perpetuating the knowledge of it amongst youth.
Well, thank you. I think what you just mentioned is makes a lot of sense. We have a very short time left, and there is a question from the audience. So let me just take that and throw it open to all of you. Capitalism believes in profits, and with most of the companies in global north not willing to give up on profits, what is the motivation from them for them to work towards climate action? So, Damodar, you want to start on this?
Yeah, sure. Partly, I think we have discussed that and various facets in which it could be, answered. Importantly, it is crucial to mainstream the environmental cost of economic development, and which is where we would start seeing the losses in terms of stocks and flows of environmental resources that we are making, and thereby the economic profits and economic gains getting nullified with that. So that is the prime factor. But look, even the developed country parties need to see that the amount of forest fires that are happening, the elevated strength with which hurricanes and tornadoes are hitting these countries, it's something alarming and unprecedented that is happening. So if you do not have any incentive rather than saving your own citizens from the wrath of nature, what else incentive can work for you? I mean, the economic development or the entire the way with which economic development is being driven, if it continues like that over a substantial period of time, it is going to be a doomsday for everyone. So that's the biggest incentive, I believe, and a rallying point for the developed country parties.
Very well said. I think until it is about life. Asum, please go ahead.
I want to counter that a little bit, because I think for private companies, it will be about dollar and cents. So you have to tie it in some way to financial incentives. Like, I agree that yes, at one point it will go way beyond the economic cost. But I think just talking, and there's a lot of research coming where they're talking about the consequences of climate change in terms of its impacts on GDP, its impacts on the dollars and the rupee value. So I think we have to tie it back to how much not dealing with climate change could hurt the economy, could hurt the private businesses. So that's the way for them to understand that maybe dealing with it is a better option than not dealing with it.
Sure. Nuria, you want to add anything to that?
Well, I think they explained it very well, but I would also like to say that it's important to understand that it's not economy versus climate justice or climate action. There are ways to make a better economic system that the one we already have, and I think Gloria already touched upon it before. And yeah, circular economy is the way to go, and we as humans are capable of change very fast, and now more than ever with technologies, we are able to make those changes. So we should take the chance while we have it, because it won't last long.
Great. We have one last question, and I would definitely want to take it. Though both the questions, this one which I'm going to speak now and the one we just did, are going to be discussed more in detail in tomorrow's session, where we do talk about economics and of the climate crisis. But let me just take this question now, and maybe you can answer it very shortly. We have only 3 minutes left to cover up this panel. So Mr. Ismail says, the main question is, everyone knows that animal farming is a major problem for environment pollution, but no one even wants to talk about it for change, talk about it or change. So I want to throw it open. It is about animal farming, and I think also you did talk about you mentioned about this. So if you want to start with this, and then maybe Nuria and Damodar, if they want to share anything.
Well, yeah, sure. Thanks, Sumit. And thanks for the question, Ismail. I would say in the US, the animal farming, the agricultural, the meat producing lobby, it's so strong that nobody wants to just go against it unless you have like strong ways and evidence to deal with it. And there's research happening, but it's happening on a small level, and we don't have enough evidence on how we can create more sustainable farming and have using the farming as sinks of carbon rather than just the impact that it's having through releasing methane. But still, the lobbies are so strong that on the policy level, the changes happen very slowly.
Makes sense. Any one of you wants to add anything? Okay.
That's good.
Yeah, that's good. So thank you for this question, Ismail, and thank you so much for taking out time. So I think it's almost very late night for you, Nuria. It's very early morning for you, Damodar. It's just working hours for us, so it's fine. So I mean, great to have you on board, Asum, Nuria, and Damodar. I think what you guys shared is very relevant, very important, and sets the stage right for the rest of the day. I think we'll just take it from here. And so finally, thank you for your time. Thank you for your opinions. Thank you for your inputs. Now it's turn that I move to the audience. We are going to leave you. We're going to take a short break now, but we are going to leave you with a few questions. So this is short quiz. We will name out the people who answer this during this time. You will see your names being talked about once we are back. We are going to take a short 10-minute break. We will be back by 10:45. But let me just repeat the questions for the sake. So in 2019, a country announced its decision to move its capital city after the parts of city sank as much as 8 feet in the last decade. What country is that? So who moved its own capital city because it sank, almost like sank. And the other question is, in 2019, nearly 2,000 disasters triggered 24.9 million new internal displacements across 140 countries and territories. This is the highest figure recorded since 2012, and three times the number of displacements caused by conflict and violence. Which country recorded the highest displacement? So the two questions, let us know the answers. Maybe we have something in store for you, but the more important is that everybody learns about this. So I'm going to leave you with these two questions, and we are back in 15 minutes with a new panel on education and climate change, where my colleague Preeti would be moderating the session. So we are back in a few minutes. So thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit, for hosting us. Thanks a lot.
stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. Stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. Stars are in light, the we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire Stars are in light, though we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old. I've been told that the fire's old. And when stars are in light, though we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old. And when stars are in light, though we burn, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, of your mind. In the end, the call. In the end, in the end, in the end, the call. In the end, in the end, your shining hands in mine. Some things are meant to be. In the end, the call. In the end, the call. Sing the
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are here now again for our second panel. But before we start the second panel, I would want to understand if any one of you actually got the answer right. So let me just see some comments. Okay, so I see some comments on YouTube. Vidhi Vora says question one answer is Indonesia. Okay, question two is Afghanistan. So Vidhi, you got the first one right, but the second is wrong. Pramod says first question is Indonesia. The second question is India. Yes. So these are the two answers. So sadly, in 2019, Indonesia had to move its capital Jakarta from uh, because the city sank for almost like 8 inches, and India has had the biggest displacements of people because of the climate change. So the hard facts are here with us, and if we still don't act, I mean, I don't know why people still believe it's a hoax, and why the world leaders are not taking enough action and are not adhering to the terms of many agreements that are happening, like Paris Agreement and stuff. So after the short break, we are here. Now I hand over to my colleague. Let me just put them on. Preeti, the panel is yours. Now you can turn on your cameras and you can unmute yourself. Say hello. We can't hear you yet, Preeti. Preeti, Harshad, Ilham, Ines, I hope you guys are online.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, Preeti, we can hear you.
Yeah. So we have Ines also. Can we have you on camera?
I'm here, yes.
Great. Well, it's interesting. We have a bunch of young guys, and to start off with the session, I'll start to quote Gloria today. While she was speaking at length about the kind of disasters that's happening around the world, what struck me most about today was the afterthoughts and the words of the former Secretary General Ban Ki-moon when he talked about the first generation to be able to end poverty and the last generation that can actually make considerable efforts to change the worst impact of climate change. And somehow this thought lingered on me. There's so much truth in these lines. Addressing climate change and ensuring sustainable development are so integral to the global agenda today, and they're so important. But and we do also have a very caveat section on climate action, and ironically that is 13. Number 13 means so unlucky, also talks about new beginnings. So hopefully when we talk about SDG 13, we have more and more hope that we can take more climate actions and link closely to other major goals, other 9 goals, if I may say, to the SDG 4, 6, 7, 9, 11, 12, 14, and 15. But that also cuts across the entire SDG agenda, and it's a critical issue for policymakers to address. How do we build up on this change? In this session, we are trying to look at education, an education that we know has undergone a paradigm shift today. We have to move away from knowing about the environment from the time of Rousseau, when he started talking that we need to learn about the environment, to learning to nurture it, learning how to adapt to its changes and learn to mitigate the risk. So, with the power of knowledge, wisdom, we build a sustainable planet today. Our panelists for today being much active members. Hello, Ines, Harshad, and Ilam. Uh, Welcome on board, and we are so glad to have you on this panel discussion today. And I would ask Harshad to take a lead and start off with his efforts in India and how he's nurturing the dream of linking education and climate change. So, Harshad, over to you, please.
Thank you, Preeti. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to represent the youth over Youth Leaders Summit and speaking about what we guys do and how the things are happening on the ground. And that too on the occasion of Gandhi Jayanti, and that too on 151 birth anniversary of Gandhi ji, who has taught many lessons to us when it comes to sustainability and sustainable living. And we all remember those lessons that are being imparted by Gandhi ji during early 19th century, I would say, and focusing upon how we should work towards sustainable living and leading sustainable lifestyle. And so thank you for giving me the opportunity. And so I am Harshad Gupta, and I'm the founder of EcoChuff Foundation, and we work with many institutions across India, and we realized this effort around 3 years back, once we were focusing upon creating awareness among school and college students that how much dire need is there for the creating an awareness related to environmental education. And once it comes to environmental education, there are many aspects to it which needs to be covered, though I believe India was one of the country who introduced uh, about environmental education during early during 1990s, uh, because all thanks to uh, green bench that held in Supreme Court to introduce about environmental education among the textbooks of higher secondary schools and college students. And but the major challenge that has been always there was related to imparting the practical education once it comes to environmental education, because once you see the situation around, for the environmental education we don't have any sort of labs or so, but for the chemistry, physics and biology we have the labs. But once you consider the situation that for the environmental education, if you want to see the lab, the nature itself is a big lab for you. You can experiment anything around you using simple resources that you have in around you, or the waste which you are generating in your daily life, which can be utilized in any sort of work which you can utilize it, any sort of work you do. And apart from that, this education, imparting education, doesn't pinpoint on not only on the youth, but I think it is more important to educate our seniors, our elders, who have not been so much aware of the of their action, who has been not so much aware about their actions, which is harming our generations so much. And uh, and I, I truly believe that our generation is more conscious as compared to the elders. And we are going a great on a great side, and leading a great way once it comes to uh, and once it comes to youth. The youth is much more aware of all the climate implications and climate resilience, once it comes to climate resilience as well. So once it comes to my experience of working with these institutions, I have realized that education, that not only the education should not be limited. Once it comes to environmental education, then it should not be limited just to awareness or such sort of competitions, but it should be more focused upon the life projects that the students can come upon and perform it using the limited resources, or the resources which they have around, which can turn into a good side, and which can really inspire other students and our elders as well to live the sustainable lifestyle. Yeah, thank you, Preeti.
Yeah, thanks, Harshad. That was really well put. Uh, I'll ask Inesh, my next speaker, to take us through her thoughts, how she links education and climate action.
Thank you, Preeti. It's a pleasure to be here. I apologize if I speak a bit slow because it's 7 o'clock here, so people may still be sleeping. But yeah, I wanted to share in my experience with climate action and education, as you've put it very well, Preeti, in the beginning, all the SDGs are linked. And my education for climate action started when I was in school, not through classes, but through volunteering. So I'm going to take education in the whole spectrum, not just school related, but any other type of education, whether it comes through family, through the news, through volunteering, through any aspect of our life, we can all be educated in climate action. Malcolm X once said that education is a passport for the future, and I do believe that, but at the same time, if the future is a future where climate change is too present, then it's going to be really, really hard to give people the tools to actually live for the world that is going to exist tomorrow. So we do need to act today. He also said that tomorrow belongs to those who prepare it today. However, we need to know what we're preparing for. So the underlying issue today is that we know climate change is real and it is happening. And so what can we do in terms of educating people, whether young and old? And Harsh had said this before, everyone should be educated on climate change, not just kids. So there are things that are happening that are positive. Italy was the first country last year to introduce a course on climate change in their curriculum for all public schools, which is a great thing to have. And we also know that the Climate Action SDG 13 has created a framework that includes one of the targets, 3.3, to actually be education on these topics. So that creates a framework that helps other countries also go in that direction. So in terms of my experience in education and climate change, I used to work for an organization called Climate Tracker. And this organization helps young journalists write well about these topics. And I think one of the main things needed so that education and climate change reach everyone, regardless of what school they go to, is for journalists to be writing about this in a true fashion and writing about the actual climate change and not hoaxes or not just news about big conferences, but really explaining in their journalistic pieces what climate change is about. So I'd encourage you to go and look at that. I no longer work there. Now I'm actually working for an organization called Loop, which is Life Out of Plastic. And what we do is sensibilize and create awareness around plastic pollution, which also includes climate change. And so I really believe in the importance of all institutions to educate about climate change, not just education institutions, but companies and families, peers, news, or even the laws that would help generate change. I would encourage you, if you don't know where to start to learn about climate change, there are a lot of resources online. And as you're watching this online, I hope you have access to these websites. You could go and look on SDG Academy, which is a platform dedicated to teaching people about the SDGs. So you will find all the information necessary, whether it's basic or whether you're going to want to go a bit further. There are also other websites where you can learn on many different topics. One of my favorites is Future Learn. So you can also type in there what you would like to learn and even get a certificate at the end. And lastly, right now I'm also working for Restless Development, and we work in close partnership with Project Everyone. And Project Everyone is the organization in charge of working on making the SDGs famous, basically. So they do the communications behind SDGs, and they have a platform called the World's Largest Lesson. And this is full of resources, especially for kids, so that if you don't know how to explain climate change in an easy way to understand to children, you can go to the World's Largest Lesson and see for different ages what climate change is all about. So all this to say that the resources are available. We can educate about climate change. And if we don't want to do it as teachers or in our companies, we can just do it with our friends. We can start there and we can see how small actions can become movements. And I'm sure I'm not the only one to have known about Greta Thunberg, who stopped her education basically every Friday. Well, she stopped it for a year. She took a year to actually create conscience about climate change. And I think this is something that we can obviously not all stop school, but we can all take small actions and that then will become big actions that then will create a major ripple effect. And the fact that we're all here demonstrates that. So I would encourage you to all be educators for climate change. And so that we can educate, we need to first learn. So let's learn our facts, learn really what climate change is about so that we're sharing the right information. Thank you, Preeti.
Yeah, thank you, Inesh. And I think that was amazing the way both Harshad and you have put forward very valid points in terms of saying that it's not limited to only children and youth being educated, but also about the older generation. Maybe there's a requirement for intergenerational understanding that has to come about, and we need to balance that out well in terms of how together we move forward with this. And I have so many questions for you, and I'm sure a couple of our audiences will also have, but I'll just pass on to Ilham. He hails from Indonesia. So one of Sumit's first question was, which is the first country actually had to shift their capital city? And we have Ilham from Indonesia, and we would like to hear your thoughts on the subject.
Well, I should straighten that point out first because the government is still planning to move, so we haven't actually moved yet. But yeah, major parts of this being flooded by almost 8 feet of water. Now, most of my points have already been excellently put out there by both Harshad and Ines, so I'm just going to speak from my own experience as a high school student. Now, since the climate reality training, which was a month ago, that itself was a very eye-opening experience for me. But I've already done several presentations to my friends and my friends' friends, and that was even more eye-opening for me because it turns out these people have very limited knowledge about climate change. And that's worrying to me because these are people who supposedly go to the best private high schools in the country. Yet their climate literacy is relatively low. I asked them after the presentation, what was your views? What were your views before I gave you this presentation? And pretty much everyone said that they viewed it as something distant in time and space. They thought it was something that's happening in the North Pole that's affecting the polar bears, and that it would affect them by 2050. So they don't view it as an immediate threat that needs to be solved right now. So that was like the aha moment for me of how few people actually know about climate change. But once that seed is planted, once I've already given them the information, they started telling me they're doing very little things on a personal level that they hope to help reduce the carbon emissions, etc. A very good example that stuck with me is my friend who is a very good runner. He told me that he would stop running on the treadmill because now he knows that most of Indonesia's electricity is still generated by coal power plants. And it would be better to run outside anyway. There's barely anyone because of this lockdown, right? Now, on that point, a lot of businessmen in Indonesia, they want to make coal power plants all across Indonesia to generate electricity, basically because the government policies support that, because they are in favor of stuff like fossil fuel burning, coal power plants, internal combustion engine cars. They provide the incentives and the subsidies for that. And well, because of those policies, then the businessmen, the people who drive the economy, they are going to make companies or build factories, power plants in this case, that will gain the biggest amount of profit, right? So it's not only high school students that don't know enough about climate, obviously, even politicians who make the policies, I think, don't know enough, because coal power plants in just a decade wouldn't make sense financially, right? Renewable energy would be far more profitable, and it would, in the world stage, be something far more acceptable than coal. So yes, I think we need to educate, as Ines said, basically everyone. But that raises the question: how do we get the word out there? How do we educate everybody. Now, since I've already done a few presentations, you actually get the feeling of how big a task it is to get the word out to everybody. But I guess the only way you can do it is bit by bit, consistently, to as many people as possible. Or you could do something like what Al Gore did. Al Gore, he wrote a book, and then he turned it into a movie, and ever since then he's been doing these global trainings, which really, really spread the word, not only in America, but globally. So I think that's something to consider, maybe. That's all from me.
Yeah, thanks, Ilham. And I'll be putting forward little questions around. So we just discuss pretty much about this subject. It's interesting, Ilham brings in the role of business leaders into it. And we know, we keep on saying there's fossil fuels, there's industries which is really making an impact. How do you think, I mean, it's an open question to any one of you, or you could respectively address it one on one. That how can we educate our business leaders? How, as young people, you think that you can bring about the change and we shift the whole set of onus from young children to more important people in the system who are responsible for the actions? So who would like to go in first?
I guess I should answer. Oh, Ines, go ahead, please.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead. You are unmuted already.
Okay, so as I said, it's the incentive that drives the businessman to do certain things. So I think it's more important to educate the politicians, and how you can educate, in this case, politicians, is I'm looking for a word. Well, for example, the climate strikes that Greta Thunberg did last summer, that raised a lot of awareness to the politicians and indirectly kind of educated them, because they needed to know what that was all about. So we could do something like that, raising awareness for the to the politicians, and that kind of indirectly educates them.
Okay, that's an interesting take on that, Ines.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd also say that we know, as we've been studying climate change, that it brings more loss than it does gain to these companies. So if we make sure that we can share the message that they're going to lose money, I'm sure they're going to get interested, because climate change does bring around lots of loss, whether externally or internally, to a company. So that's something that I found useful in Peru, where I'm from, just making sure that they know that if they are investing in sustainability, they're investing in themselves as well. And it works. And the second thing is, as youth, sometimes we might feel a bit intimidated going up to these people, or being part of circles where people have been working for 15 years and we're only just starting. But I found more and more that when we knock on doors, people open. And those who don't open, it's because they're going to take a while to open that door. But most people will just obviously have a conversation with you. If you reach out by email, at least someone's secretary is going to answer. And so I find that as youth, we have that responsibility, not only, of course, to march in the streets, to educate our peers, but also to go knocking on doors. And more often than not, those doors do open. Just make sure you know what you're going to say when the door opens. So let's continue to educate ourselves.
Great, Inish. And it's interesting because Peru has always been the ground of movements in terms of youth and children have been social agents in Peru. I've personally had the experience of interacting with many interesting young leaders from your country. And I'm glad you are part of the session here today. Harshad, we would like to hear your thoughts because you represent a huge country.
So taking on the lead of what Ines said, like, and Ilham said regarding incentivizing the businesses once it comes to if they opt for such solutions. So I do believe in those two aspects of it. Once it comes to corporates, then they need some incentivization to what all solutions they are implementing and how the solution can really benefit to them. So it should be on the basis of the solutions which should be implemented by them, should be or which should be proposed by us to them, should be on the side of how that solution could benefit both the parties once it comes to implementing those solutions, whether it is related to climate change, whether it is related to sustainability, or any other aspect of it, so like I said, come to incentivizing. So there is one of the council that is operating here in India as well. So that is Griha Council, that that gives you this green building rating, and the basis of that rating, you get incentivizing you get financial incentives, like you get benefits such as discounted development premiums, fast track environmental clearances. So these are sort of benefits that comes to those corporates if they have such sort of rating. So I do believe that such solutions will be really incremental if we can help them to provide such sort of incentives.
Great, great. Just linking question to that, Harshad. Just wanted to understand, do you think how can we just mobilize the actions in terms of the fact that we have tokenistic and sporadic action happening in silos around? There are groups making tangible, sustainable, and but the voice of the young children is not reaching. How do we pull together the young voices to be able to reach out to the policymakers or different actors in the game?
So I will answer this question just with a one word answer, that is solution. Being a person who really believes in the providing the solution to all those policymaker is is what I really believe into, and proposing a solution to the problem that you are facing, and that problem which you are facing might be the problem that the other policymaker or the corporate or the person who is into the higher level of hierarchy, or the person whom we are pitching into might be facing the problem that you are facing. Okay, because you are living, you are coexisting into the similar planet, and coexisting into into an area where you will be facing such issues. Not now, maybe 2 days back, or 6 months back, 6 months later, you will be experiencing that. But yeah, proposing a solution will be a better option as compared to blaming any of the government authorities, or blaming any of the official or the bureaucrat or the corporate, but going straightforwardly to them to pitch them the solution, that this is the solution that I have brought to you, and this can really create us this sort of impact which will not only benefit you as an organization, but also the people who are working with you, and the people who are living in the vicinity of the this area, as might be the this can imply on many aspects of it when it comes to impact. Yeah. So I believe in the power of solution, providing solution.
Uh, yeah, I'll just move on to Inesh here. I would like to hear your thoughts because you've worked in Peru, and I see a lot of Latin American countries have a lot of actions and movements going on, reaching out to people, educating them about awareness creation. So, Inesh, what's your thought? How do we mobilize different voices in different corners? It's interesting that the panel we have today, three of you are from Global South. So are living in a phase where we are getting the brunt of climate change much more in comparison to the global north. So how do our voices reach the people above us in terms of curating their own actions?
Yeah, of course. And you say we are all from the global south. It's true. I actually now live in France, and I can tell you there's a huge difference in the awareness that people have here as opposed to back home. And it surprises me because probably us in the global south are going to be more touched by climate change than people here in Europe. And people here know more about it than we know back home. So that's certainly something we need to work on. I would say working now with restless development. So I didn't explain what we do, but restless development works to create young leaders or help young leaders act for a just and sustainable world. So this includes climate change. And in my job, what I do basically is try and help young leaders in their grassroots organizations who are already acting have access to these high-level events and high-level politicians, and create a network that's so strong that it can't be unnoticed. And so, for example, last week at UNGA, we were able to send young people virtually to these spaces to discuss with politicians and companies. Last week, there was also the Sustainable Development Impact Summit with the World Economic Forum, and having some of our young leaders speak to one person from the World Economic Forum. And that kind of stuff is available. So if you do want to know more, please reach out. I would be happy to bring you into restless development world. And we're called like that because basically that's what youth is. We're restless to try and develop this world in a better way. And I think the world needs that. And adults, well, I mean, adults or older people should use that as a resource. Because young people have so much energy that is lacking right now. And I think we have that to offer, and that's something that cannot be denied. And so I'm sure that if you try, you will be able to reach the people that you want to. As I said before, knocking on doors, don't be scared to do it.
Ilham, can we have your thoughts on the subject, please, in terms of how we are trying to get the mobilize young voices heard? And I like your thoughts, Ines, in terms of knocking the doors till people hear that. That's an interesting takeaway from your speech. Yes.
Well, I found something yesterday that I think Luis Carval sent. I think he's here watching, but he sent this application form for the mock COP26. So as you all know, the actual COP26 that was supposed to happen in Glasgow was delayed because of the coronavirus, right? So basically, a lot of young youth organizations are getting together to make a mock-up of it. But it's more of like how a COP discussing environment should look like, held by the youth. And I think that's amazing because it be the youth setting example for the global leaders right now. And that's a form of mobilization that is pretty different, pretty distinct from everything else we've seen so far.
Right. I completely agree to your thoughts on that. And this will be the last question, and we'll just hear three of the panelists again. In case if anyone has questions in the audience, I would request you to put that in the chat box or the Q&A section so we can take it from here. But in terms of the fact that, there's so much of infrastructure damage that happens, and when we talk about development, it's always about creating more structures, right? Structures that are not environmental friendly, those are not sustainable, structures which are not resilient. So what's your take, three of you, on this? So I'll start off with Harshad on this.
Yeah, Preeti. So you have rightly stated this fact that there are unsustainable practices by most of these guys who are into such sort of businesses. So, but as a replica to it, there are many solutions available out in the market, but the real issue that these guys are facing in terms of opting those sustainable solutions as compared to the unsustainable one is the price factor between the two. And since there is a huge difference between the pricing of the products which are sustainable which are unsustainable as compared to the one which are sustainable. Okay, so creating a benchmark onto these solutions is one of the important aspect that has to come into picture. For example, once I say if I have to buy organic vegetables, and so that if I have in organic vegetables, if I have to buy the tomatoes, it will cost me 40 rupees a kg. For example, if it costs me 40 rupees per kg, and the inorganic one will cost me somewhere around 15 rupees per kg, then there is a huge bar between the organic and the inorganic one. Okay, so there should be a benchmark on the pricing factor, and there should be the legit pricing as well, because I have seen the organizations, and I have seen the this in the ecosystem, that some of the organizations are misusing the word sustainable once it comes to money making businesses. Then they are misusing this word sustainable. Just adding the word sustainable to the product doesn't makes it a sustainable product. They have to understand the aspect that the complete cycle uh, of of the product development should be sustainable, not only the product which you are creating at the end. So focusing upon these two aspects can be the best fit for to provide the sustainable solutions to everyone, not only in India but also to other in other countries as well. Yeah.
That's a great take. So my question was mostly around the fact that that in terms of development, we see most of the changes, like if we have more bridges, more buildings, more construction happening, those kind of changes are seen as more of development, rather than in terms of more of the soft skills that we need to nurture in order to be conscious and aware in terms of how we need to take care of our environment. Inesh, just a linking thought on that, that you rightly said that right now you are in France and you see that there are a lot of examples from European countries like Netherlands, who have actually gone a way ahead in terms of taking up more sustainable practices, in terms of educating their own people. And then you see a group of uh, even Greta was from the Europe. So somewhere down the line, there is a lot of thinking and awareness there. And how do we bring that thinking into our countries, into the kind of places we have, and create more awareness around that?
Yeah, infrastructure is definitely a huge topic. And I would say that the first thing, as I said in the first question, to make sure that people know that it's more expensive to be building stuff that's not sustainable in the long run, because then it's going to disappear. And also, even at a personal level, my grandparents live in the UK and they decided to put solar panels on their roof, I think 10 years ago, when it wasn't a trend. And now they're actually selling energy to the government from what's generated in their home. So it is an initial investment. It cost them. In the first 5 years, they did not create any revenue from it. And now it's something that is giving them revenue. So I would say, in terms of infrastructures, there's stuff we can do at an individual level, but there's also stuff we can do at a more global level. And I think many times right now we're talking about education for climate change. Maybe finishing this discussion like, oh, okay, I want to become a teacher to educate on climate change. That's great. But honestly, we can educate on climate change wherever we are. And I know architects in Latin America who have shifted their work because they learned about climate change and are trying to build more sustainable housing and do it in a way that is not so expensive. So wherever we are, whatever we're doing, whatever we get involved in, whatever we study, there is a way to make sure that climate change is at the forefront and that our actions are not generating more harm than they are good. So I do see a difference between obviously Europe and Latin America, especially in terms of resource. And obviously, it's easy to say, oh, let's make more sustainable houses, but not everyone can afford solar panels right now. So a concrete example is in Latin America, some people are starting building homes with plastic bottles filled with more plastic. It's called ecoladrillos, and so that that doesn't end up in landfills and then generate, because plastic isn't only an issue because animals may eat it, but also because it can generate more climate change. So they're building houses with plastic bottles, and you can find those anywhere right now. So I just say sustainable infrastructure is something that we should be thinking about, and it's something that, although it may seem hard, can also be as easy as filling a plastic bottle and putting 1,000 together and building a house.
Yeah, great to hear your thoughts on that. And we have questions on our chat box here. So I think the first question will be directed to Harshit because it talks about what are your opinions on a developing country like India, where climate change education is still not a priority because of economic development? How do you think that gap can be bridged?
So I would rather say that it is a priority right now. Once it comes, not at the government level, once it comes to prioritizing education as a compulsory part of teaching youth, but once it comes to institutions, since I work with them on daily basis, so I know these institutions, the stakeholders of these institutions are taking up the responsibility at their own level and are taking up the responsibility at their own level to teach the youth, to teach the students who are there, who are studying in their institutions, not only about not only about sustainable development goals in the form of textbooks, but they are looking to teach the students in terms of how they can pursue their careers in these sectors with the sort of projects on the initial level and then for coming into this industry as a young professional also. So institutions at the individual level are taking up the responsibilities right now. Yeah.
Great, great to hear you. And I think there is also a linking question to what you mentioned earlier, Harshit, was that do we need to make certification and labeling essential for organic and sustainable products to avoid fakes? So, what's your thought?
So yeah, there are some certifications which are being provided for specific products, but yeah, there is no such benchmark as of now for all the products range. Like once it comes to Indonesia, then there is an organization called RSPO that provides certification for sustainable palm oil production. And once it comes to India, there is no such organizations like uh, like the one who are providing for the paper industry or for any sort of other industries as such. So if you are looking for, if the one who asked me this question, if the one is looking forward to launch such sort of certifications, then it will be really great to have such sort of certifications where we can benchmark the pricing of the particular product with these certifications.
Great, thank you. And we just have 1 minute in case you have any kind of lasting thoughts that each one of you want to share. But I think the major takeaway from this session has been the fact that each one of us, whether we are a child, youth, or an adult, needs to be educated on climate action. And it's interesting to see that there is so much of voices which is coming out in its own best possible way. So, Sumit, we can see you. Do you want to sum it up, anyways, or you
Sorry,
on?
I'm here for the time check.
Yeah, we're right to bang on the time, I think. And thank you to each one of you who was here with us today. And it was so much interesting because a topic like education, I mean, educators being on board, or maybe people from the education sector on board, would have brought the whole conversation to a different light. But having three young people who essentially would want to see a different world is a different linking thought altogether. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
So thank you, thank you, Preeti and Harshad and Ines and Ilham for the great discussion. Now we have another great panel waiting for us to invite them. But before that happens, I just want to make sure that everybody knows that we are, streaming live on YouTube and Facebook. So if you guys are out there, please spread the message, the videos and everything, so that whoever is out there is able to listen to you, listen to the thoughts that we are discussing here. While I invite Gaurav, Luis, Luna, and Brianna. I hope you guys are here. If you are here, please turn on your videos, say hello to the world.
Hello.
Hi there.
Hello.
Great. So welcome back. We had a very enriching conversation just now on education and climate change. Both are very interlinked, very important topics. But what's, even if you talk about education, even if you talk about various things that can help aid in climate action, the bigger question is how many people have access to these things? How many people have means to actually choose something which is which is about climate, which is about sustainable option, and that brings all of the scenario to the point where how is our society divided, and how this division is sort of making it worse. For some segments of the society, and some segments of the society are taking advantage of it, and some segments of the societies are actually suffering from it. So, having said that, I welcome you all. Gaurav, thank you for coming on board. Thank you, Luis. Hi, Brianna, and thank you, Luna. So, let me start off by very first question. Do you think the social justice is actually any way related to climate justice? Let me ask Gaurav to actually start here and tell about the examples. I think the work that you are doing can bring you a lot of light on this.
Sure. Hi. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of the day it is in various parts of the world. I think my co-panelists are based out of multiple different countries. So yeah, I would rather start by saying climate justice is the intersection between social justice and climate change, wherein I think the marginalized communities are the most impacted people around the world. Um, and I would want to talk or highlight the kind of work that I'm doing. I'm basically one of the co-founders of Bengal Amphan Relief Initiative in India. I live in a state in the eastern coast of India, named West Bengal. In earlier this year, in May 2020, there was a super cyclonic storm that hit the east coast of India, which was called Amphan. It affected the coasts of Telangana, Odisha, West Bengal, and the country of Bangladesh. Right. So this organization we basically co-founded to help with relief work in terms of to help with relief work to the people affected by the cyclone. Now, according to the UNEP, there was about $13.6 billion worth, damages that the cyclone Amphan caused, which is the highest, highest amount of damage that was caused by this super cyclonic storm. As you can see in the pictures that has been shared by Sumit, this was 2 days after the cyclone hit, and this is south of Bengal, which is next to the Sundarbans. Now, let me give you a brief idea about Sundarbans. Sundarbans is a mangrove forest with very rich biodiversity. and it is also a protected area. It is also very popular for having the highest number of the Royal Bengal tigers, and of course along with many other species of animals. Now, when we speak about the cyclone, we also have to look at how the damage was so intense and how the damage was so extensive. Is because it happened smack in the middle of a pandemic. Due to COVID, there was reverse migration from urban areas to rural areas because there was no job, there was no work for the working class, and most people in urban areas were from these areas, these rural areas. So hence, the reverse migration kind of could not accommodate people in terms of giving them more opportunities in order to earn a living more sustainably. Now, let me also inform you about the fact of how people earn a living in these areas. Mostly people, most of our rice, 40% of the rice production of the state comes from these particular areas. So it's mostly rice farming. Also betel nut orchards, betel nut being one of one of the ingredients used in a thing called pan that is eaten all across India. Betel nut orchards and jute farming. So these are the three main, agricultural producers from this particular area, and then the other one is fishing. Um, Fishing, but in a very sustainable way. We do not have those factory-sized trailers or anything. There are these small fishing boats which go out with traditional nets, etc. So all of this was damaged. Now, when I talk about damage, there were about 300,000 farmers who were affected by the cyclone because their fields were ravaged. The fields are now, under salt water or seawater, which needs to be desalinized, and it might take months, if not years, to be able to do that. So basically, rendering these farmlands useless. Um, this the whole ecosystem of this area was ruined, and almost about 60% of the Sundarbans was actually devastated. We still do not have a count of how many census of how many Royal Bengal tigers still exist as compared to before the cyclone, because that census is still not being initiated. Is what information I have from the Forest Department website of the West Bengal government. Um, Now, another thing is, these kind of, the reverse migration basically, gave them lesser opportunities for people to earn a living. So what people started doing is started reclaiming these, marshlands, or even the marshlands which scientifically you cannot cultivate anything on except for mangroves, right? But they were so desperate, they started reclaiming them and kind of trying all that they could, and hence the devastation is even more because it was unsustainable. So, for 128 lives were lost across India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh in this particular cyclone, or during this particular cyclone. Now, we need organizations. We need, groups of people. We need certain organizations who can now work with with the indigenous people on coming up with sustainable methods of earning a living, because there isn't anything else that you could do, because the farmlands are gone, their boats are gone. So we at Bari are basically helping people get back their houses, or at least helping people in the construction of their houses, or getting new boats. And we are working with people on the ground. We are not directly working with the population of these areas, but we are working with people who are working with the population of people, like the population of these areas. So we are working with smaller organizations wherein we raise funds for these smaller organizations in a way that we organize events which are fundraisers, and then we send out trenches of funds to different organizations. And we are looking at smaller organizations which focus on smaller areas, wherein we provide them, these smaller organizations provide them with ration, they provide them with money in order to help them get a boat. A boat here costs about like $500. And for a family to own a boat, and or even to lose a boat during a cyclonic storm is probably, for some of them, it probably puts a big pause or halt in their entire life. So we are trying to help that aspect of it. And another thing that I would want to wrap up my this discussion with is that we need to make our leaders and politicians more accountable for the promises that they make in terms of what they're doing for climate, climate justice and social justice, which is put together. We need to make them more accountable. We need to have more policies, and not just have policies and laws, but also implement those policies and laws in order to protect our mangroves, to protect the mangrove forests and the biodiversity across the country, and not just in Bengal or Odisha as I speak. Yeah, so that's what I had to
Thank you, Gaurav. I think you gave us a very deep vision of what's happening in Bengal, and thank you for the work that you're doing there. I think it means a lot to the people there, which also sums up to the point that because of there is social injustice, the climate injustice worsens a lot more. Uh,
Yes.
while we move forward, I would also want to understand from Luna, who is from Israel, who is here with us. Also, I think Israel is also facing some issues like that. So maybe Luna, you want to highlight some of the points like Gaurav did on what's happening in Israel, and what is your take on social justice versus climate justice?
Yes. Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak here. As connecting climate justice and social justice together, I remember minorities around the world. And I'm from the Arab minority in Israel. From my own experience with activism, I also feel responsible about my community on climate change and its effects on it. Taking into consideration that often minorities are the most affected by crisis and so the most affected by climate change. Unfortunately, it rarely get a mention in the media. I work for an educational organization that spotlights on climate and social justice. It's important that education will reach everyone and also learn about minorities around the world, as the media don't often cover this information, and really educate ourselves, as it was emphasized in the last panel. The effects of the changing climate are bad enough in themselves: more frequent hurricanes and droughts, burning temperatures, new plagues of diseases, and worse floods, for instance. But the general failure to recognize and respond to minorities' resulting problems greatly exasperates their suffering. Disadvantage and discrimination affects them at every stage, including in the immediate aftermath of climate-related disasters and during official planning at local, national, and international levels of coping with the current and future impacts of climate change. But let's see exactly what does this injustice mean. In the food system, effects such as rising temperatures and increased frequency of extreme weather events put severe pressure on food availability, stability, access, and use. And availability of agriculture products is affected by climate change, directly through impacts on crop yields, crop pests, diseases, soil fertility, and soil water holding properties. There as well accepted production that climate change will and already has caused severe regional water shortages. As water stress increases, we will likely experience much more unstable global food production, along with decreased biodiversity and damaged ecosystem. Health. The health of human beings is affected by climate change, either directly through changing weather patterns or indirectly through changes in water, air, food, ecosystem, livelihoods, and infrastructure. Generally, these direct and indirect exposures can cause death, disability, and suffering. Bad health system increases vulnerability and reduces the capacity of individuals and groups to adapt to climate change. Unfortunately, the focus of countries around the world has been mainly on equality across countries. For example, debates have raged and are still raging over differences across countries regarding the responsibility for causing climate change and the consequent responsibility for mitigation and adaptation efforts. And finally, I do want to emphasize that fighting climate change is not just an environmental issue, it is a social justice issue too, and we need to act and fight for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luna. I think that was very powerful, and you emphasized on the exactly right points there. Let me quickly move to Luis here. Luis from Mexico, who is also a mechatronics engineer, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, great. So Luis, what is your take on that? Is considering the social justice problem exists as what Gaurav pointed out on what is happening because of the social justice, and Luna also mentioned a lot of points from her area, and she emphasized on the points of that as well. So, what do you think about the solutions there? Do you think how do we actually move past from there, or what is your take on the subject overall?
Okay, so it's a very interesting question because rescuing the points from Gaurav and Luna, it's important to have some certain resilience to these problems because we are usually used to hearing in the news about how many problems exist due to climate change. And we know every day that it is rising. As Gloria said before, the problems are rising every year. Each year sets a new record for problems, for catastrophes. But we are just seeing numbers rise. But what do we do with those numbers? So first of all, I want to tell you about an experience I had when I was volunteering in the Mexican Sierra 6 years ago. We went to a community, and that community had a very stable situation. But because of the climate crisis, they started having some shortage in the crops. They did not have enough agricultural produce to sell and have a sustainable way of living. And later that was deteriorated because of the companies coming from other countries that the government, the Mexican government, allowed to come to exploit the resources. That was a very bad time for those communities because they didn't have any means of defending themselves, their rights, and the rights of the environment around them. So these mining companies wanted to extract the resources from the surface of the land, but this is called the open pit mining. And I don't know if you know this kind of mining, but it basically extracts everything from the surface, everything, the trees, the animals, and even the community itself. So the problem here is that the community was going to be entirely displaced to other place, but they did not even consider what the community was going to do after. So basically they take them from their own houses, they pay a new house for them, but in that new place, they don't have any economical activity to sustain. So people in these cases move to the urban areas and move to cities or even to other countries. Actually, this is one of the reasons of one of the major problems in the Americas. People have to move to other countries and there is massive migration going on because the people cannot afford to live in their own countries. So from that, I want to take on some solutions that we can take as individuals and as societies. The first solution we can take is to teach people the actual legal resources so they can defend themselves. So in the case I told you about, these people did not know how to defend their rights because they don't even know what their rights are because there is not enough education. So education is a very important factor for social injustice to disappear related to climate change. And the other very important factor is media coverage. There was no one except for the people living in the surrounding area knowing about this issue. So there was no way that external people could and offer solutions. So media is a very powerful tool like social media to know about the issues and actually have tools for solving it. But that only that is not enough. Even if people have the proper tools and have media coverage, if the government doesn't have like the tools provided to them so they can actually defend themselves, it's going to have the same impact as if they were not doing anything. Because, for instance, in the example I told you, the government was the first one to say to the companies, okay, you can mine here. So if they were the ones to give permission, people are the ones to know how to defend themselves. So it is a very critical factor to like say to the government, okay, these are our needs, these are the policies that you are trying to implement. And also, for example, Mexico has agreed to the Paris Agreement, supposedly, but they are not doing anything right. So the thing is that we have to ask our governments to do things right, to ask for the actual justice of the people, and for the people to know the tools that they can use to defend themselves and to actually promote social justice. Because as we can see, these two are very linked to each other. So climate change leads to social injustice, but social injustice causes more climate change to happen because people have to move to other areas. They have to exploit more resources to adapt. And this is a very important point. We have to find the loop and make a way to cut it. So basically, I think that's the way to get to a proper solution.
Wonderful. I think how you just linked how this social injustice and social injustice furthers the climate change. I think this correlation is very important. And now I quickly come to Priyana. Hi, Priyana. I think you also have a very similar experience from your background when we were talking initially. How your community had suffered because of the social injustice and then essentially the climate injustice. So you want to bring that up, and what is your general take on the topic?
Yes, thank you for inviting me tonight. So I'm from Los Angeles, California, in the United States. And good morning, good evening, whatever time it is. I've worked with 2 city governments thus far to advance equity in their city's climate action planning. I'm currently a student at UCLA and a climate activist. So thus far, with the murder of George Floyd in the United States, it has sparked many conversations about social justice and racism in America. And so I'm going to be speaking tonight on all of those discrepancies in our social justice system that has highlighted for many citizens of the United States and residents. So for the average person in the United States, they tend to think of climate change as an unsolvable issue, one that has abstract consequences because most are indirectly affected. Our public schools education curriculum does nothing to eliminate these gaps in knowledge about the urgent need for climate action. The reality is that climate change affects the everyday working class and communities of color the most. In a study done by Dr. Keon Gilbert, he said that living in a lethally surveyed neighborhood is linked to a greater risk of high blood pressure and obesity for neighborhood residents. Women face a 30 to 54% greater risk of diabetes, obesity, and high blood pressure. Lethal killings of Black men often result in leaving women financially unstable. The CDC does not have to report information on who was killed by the police, but they do report on who was killed by jellyfish every year. Qualified immunity means police are immune from court convictions, and our system of policing is not broken. It was specifically designed to reinforce racial and class hierarchies and maintain social control. Safety is better promoted when resources are shifted from policing to providing basic needs. Basically, when communities are over-policed, a myriad of health conditions are compounding factors of decreasing one's health. These same communities are then further affected by environmental racism, dramatically decreasing the life expectancy of low-income people of color in America. According to Julie Z of UC Davis, a lot of the time people who are killed by the police already have some sort of pre-existing health condition, and their vulnerability gets weaponized against them. such as in the case of Eric Garner. Communities of color not being able to breathe is normalized. Black and Latino communities have much higher rates of childhood asthma, and it is widely accepted. There is nothing inherent or genetic about why communities of color are dying at higher rates from COVID, asthma, or police brutality. These are social and structural problems that are created. One of the most egregious examples of environmental racism in America comes from Flint, Michigan. In 2014, there was a cost-saving measure for the city, which officials switched to a water supply from Lake Huron to the foul Flint River. City officials failed to add corrosion controls to the tap water, which led to lead and other chemicals to leach into the old pipes. Officially, 90 people were sickened and 12 died from exposure to waterborne Legionella bacteria. But investigations found that 115 deaths from pneumonia during that time was caused by Legionella as well. Many of these deaths included children. A state report by Michigan Civil Rights verified that racism was a contributing factor in this water crisis. And last year, Attorney General Dana Nessel announced that her office was dropping pending criminal cases against government officials who were implicated. Overwhelmingly, Latino and Black Americans live closer to toxic waste facilities, coal plants, or other areas not compliant with federal air pollution regulations as a result of redlining. In Los Angeles, poison lead contamination at homes near the closed Exide battery recycling plant has yet to be fully cleaned. These instances are associated with significant respiratory problems among nearby marginalized groups. And in many cities, underfunded communities experience hotter temperatures during deadly heat waves because their neighborhoods lack tree cover and parks, or because they're near freeways or industrial facilities. In my case, I attended much of my public schooling at a school located directly under one of the busiest freeways in Los Angeles. Moreover, the exploitative nature of capitalism in America overcriminalizes people to provide labor for profit prisons. An estimated 2.5 million farm workers across the United States can work in conditions of up to 105 degrees Fahrenheit. As the heat climbs, workers can start to develop symptoms of heat stress. If their kidneys start to fail, they can fall into a coma or die if not treated. As between 1992 and 2006, 68 farm worker deaths attributed to the heat exposure were reported. These go underreported due to job insecurity for migrants. Even though California takes the most extreme measures against heat stress for farm workers, every year people die in the field, including a 17-year-old pregnant girl, Maria Isabel Vasquez Jimenez, in 2008. Another example of exploiting labor is in California inmate firefighters program. Nearly 1 out of every 100 people in the United States is in a prison or jail. Black males make up 34% of the total male prison population, and Hispanic males 24%. In these hotter temperatures, lessened precipitation, and the fact that snowpack melts sooner leads to drier soil, vegetation, and drier air. All of these factors, exacerbated by climate change, lead to extremely rapidly fires that have caused millions of acres to burn in California, just in 2020. California employs inmate volunteers in their firefighter program to help combat wildfires to broaden our workforce. In an average year, they provide 3 million hours of response to fires, and depending on their skill level, they can earn between $2 to $5 a day. As of only 3 weeks ago, the government of California passed a bill that allows inmates who have worked as firefighters to ask the court to dismiss their charges to make it easier for them to find a job once they're released. And only as of 2018 were prisoners able to be hired as firefighters. Lastly, according to Harvard University, many of the root causes of climate change increase the risk of pandemics. Deforestation, which is mostly for agricultural purposes, is the largest cause of habitat loss worldwide. As a result, we are now interacting with parts of the planet that were untouched before deforestation. This leads us to contract new infectious diseases. Lessened demand for meat could decrease the disease risk and lower greenhouse gas emissions. The death toll for COVID in the United States has climbed to 208,000 people. The communities most impacted are, unsurprisingly, our Navajo Nation community and people in ICE detention centers. As is evident in the Trump and Biden debate, the United States is nowhere near ready to take radical action against climate change. Biden claimed he did not support the Green New Deal, while Trump's solution to the California fires was to pick up dead branches off the forest floor. These are scary times in America. And the only thing that may be able to help is if everyone were to vote in this election.
Well, thank you, Brianna. I think you touched upon some very recent incidents and then some historical data pointers as well. Black Lives Matter is nothing but social injustice. Then you also gave some health pointers on how things are bad for some people in the United States, and some people can afford all of that. And then, of course, how the present government is dealing with that, and their shut eye towards the issues of social injustice, the issues of climate injustice. It's sort of I mean, countries like US, who are supposed to lead the world in the right direction, are not doing that. So it sort of scares scares the hell of all of us. So having said that, I want to go a little bit in the roots of the social injustice and the climate injustice. Do you think, because in the initial times of when the life would have started, there was no climate injustice, right? It was all green. It was supposedly it was all green. Nobody was here, but as the science says, it was all green, and eventually it started going that. Do you think the roots also are for the climate problems occur from the social injustice that started because of that, or is it now that this is a cycle, as Louise was mentioning? Now is a cycle that if the social justice increases climate injustice, and climate injustice increases social injustice. But can any one of you actually talk a little bit from the historical standpoint? How do you think are they related, or did anyone cause the other?
Well, I might take some a little bit of that. So climate started having these issues like since the second industrial revolution, right? When people started mass producing and all of those pollutants started going to the environment, and people were not aware of the problems that that could cause. So basically, I think that climate change started happening before the social injustices related to climate change started to appear. But then it was clear, as all of you mentioned in a certain way, that some minorities are more affected, maybe because where they live, or maybe because the working conditions in which they have to work on, you know? So it was like a relationship that was growing at the same level, maybe.
Okay, thanks.
I just wanted to add to that. For me, I think I was absolutely I would call myself an illiterate in terms of climate change and environmental laws and things like that. Until recently, I'm an active cancer survivor. I mean, I'm an active person who's surviving cancer right now, and I have a sort of skin cancer, which of course is linked to climate change and exposure to various dangerous rays of the sun. And I think I agree with Lewis when he says that I think it started with the first industrial revolution, wherein the pollutants started getting into the atmosphere, which damaged the atmosphere so much that the harmful rays have started coming in. And I think being a cancer patient of something as despicable as skin cancer, it has educated me in terms of how the effect of climate change is affecting people in a very adverse way.
Thank you. Yeah, Brian, are you want to take this?
Yeah, I think it started with colonization. With colonization, there were countries who had positions of power in which they used that power to extract resources from countries that had more. And so with that came a myriad of social justice issues and racism. And in America specifically, we were founded by white landowners and also slave owners. And that system was created for that group of people only. So social justice, social inequities have always been written in our country, in America's founding. Climate change just exacerbates those issues and brings it to light and worsens them. So social justice has always been a problem. Climate change is worsening it.
Thank you. Luna, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I think that like social injustice was existed before, like climate change and the issues that we are facing now. But climate change came like to make this social injustice, like, and the people are more vulnerable now. So because of that, we are seeing lots of climate issues and climate change, and also resulting social injustice. But I think, like, if we look at the history before, we see lots of social injustice everywhere. But in the meantime, it's like growing rapidly, and we are having more social injustices, like worldwide.
Well, thank you. I think we are almost very close to end of the session. Uh, Also, there is one question in the Q&A box, but let me ask another question before we go. Let's bring back the cycle of social justice and climate justice. And do you think any country today? I mean, we have panelists from 4 countries here and there. Do you think any country today is even thinking about the climate problem being linked to social problem, or are they even trying to look to break the chain? What just Louis highlighted.
Should I go first?
Yeah, I mean, although I got the answer from all the head shakes.
Yeah. So, in terms of India, we just recently had, the government of India, the environmental department, sign off on 34, if I'm not wrong, coal blocks to be auctioned in Jharkhand. Um, I mean, it was 28 earlier, and then suddenly they made it 34. And then there is this other project in the Arunachal Pradesh, Dibang Valley, which every climate rights activist has openly proclaimed that it's going to ruin the biodiversity, the flora, fauna of that area, of that region. The government is still going ahead with the project, which costs about $23 billion. Closer home to where I live, the airport in Sikkim, the only airport in Sikkim, which is known as the Pakyong airport, which now is dysfunctional because no flights could land there because of the weather condition. They ruined the entire biodiversity of that area. They cut down an entire hill. They sliced a hill off to create the runway, and look at it now. It's a waste. Like there's nothing. There are no flights landing there or taking off. It has officially been closed as of June 2019. So if you're talking about the government's intention in trying to think about climate justice versus social justice, I think it's bold. No, it's a very, very bold. The government in India is.
In terms of the, oh, sorry.
Go on. I mean,
in terms of the federal government in America, we're barely acknowledging that climate change exists. So we are nowhere near that level of realizing that equity in climate justice is a real problem. I would say there is some hope for our cities, though. I've worked with the city of Fort Collins, Colorado for the past 3 months, and we have been applying a GARE racial equity lens to everything we've been doing in terms of our city policies, in terms of how we're interacting with cities during this time, in terms of who we're talking to specifically in our cities, and keeping track on our most vulnerable population stakeholder list. So we're making sure no one is left behind during this difficult time. One thing that we're also doing is practicing targeted universalism, which is we're not trying to apply a solution to a broad range of people. We want to really get to who are the people living in our community, and let's make policy that makes sense for everyone in this community. So that's one thing that I'd say is hopeful. And I think a lot of cities are following their lead, and many cities are starting to think that way as well. But in terms of our federal government, we're not there yet.
Thank you, Brianna. I think what you just highlighted talks a lot of sense in a sense that policy and an inclusion of all people from all the communities in the decision making sort of is the solution, so that we bring in all the perspective. What do you have to say, Luna, about this?
I would like to say and emphasize the point that Brianna said that, yeah, like policymakers are denying climate change. So how can they connect it with social injustice?
Right.
But like now, I'm seeing in Israel that things are getting better. Like parliament members are, some of them are doing and acting towards climate change, but like until we act on climate change, we will realize, um, for like for a long time we will realize that is connected to social justice. We will start, like we need to start from uh like understanding climate change first, and then we will really connect it with social justice.
Thank you. Luis, you want to say something about this?
Yeah, well, basically the same point as Gaurav. We are in Mexico having a very bad time for our government right now. The president is having very old ideas. For example, he's trying to build a train in the middle of the jungle that basically no one is going to use for practical purposes, and the train is going to run on diesel. So basically, nothing from the project is going to be sustainable, and he doesn't care about the actual implications from that. And the government is also making like oil refineries, which are very bad right now because there is not going to be any profit for the foreseeable future, because oil is not going to be part of the future economy. So the country is in a very bad situation right now. But people like NGOs and local people are the ones who are making actual positive changes.
Great. So I think from what all of you said, the issue is that we have to break this cycle somehow, and and the role of civil society, the role of youth as activism, and the role of youth in the policy making, which Brianna also highlighted, in the policy making while working with the leaders, educating them, and then helping them build the right policy, is sort of way to go, which we will talk more about when we go to the third day of this summit, when we talk about solutions. But thank you for pointing us in the right direction, at least. Before we have just 1 minute, and we can take one question from Sonal. I think it's from to Luis. Luis, do you want to answer that? With respect to your point about being able to address their problems with respect to climate change, I would like to point out that it is possible in democracies. Okay, how do you think a pervasive problem like climate change can be addressed in non-democracies? Let's say a totalitarian state, which social injustice due to climate change in these countries being mostly sidelined. I mean, it's a very valid point. Like we talk about democracy, talking about people bringing in the decision making makes sense in a democracy. But what happens in a non-democratic country?
It's a very good question, actually. And I think the right answer for that would be something that Al Gore said during the climate reality training, that you have to make the topic suitable for the audience. And if you're going to make it for a government such as that, you have to make it in such a way that they would listen. So you would not talk about the damage to the environment because maybe they don't care. You would talk about how the economy of the future is not going to sustain any of that like focuses. So if you talk about sustainable energy, sustainable technology as being the only way that you are going to be still able to enter the market of the future, to sell your products, to be able to enter the global economy, that is maybe the way to talk to such kind of governments from the perspective of maybe interest, which is not the best way to look at it, but maybe at least it works for that.
Great, thank you. Anyone else wants to add anything on this? Cool. I think thanks, Luis, for answering that last question, because we all talk about in a very democratic way that yes, we want to put our point across, but what happens if the state is non-democratic and then you don't have a way to put your point across? Then it makes sense to talk in their language. This is about economy. Again, it brings back to the second day, we will have the economy of climate crisis, where we want to discuss this in more detail about different segments. But it's a very valid point, and I hope some of the keynote speakers or panels do take about this topic as well, and take it in detail. Gaurav, you want to say something?
No, I just wanted you to show the last picture on my slide because I think I wanted to show that
Okay.
particular slide.
Give me a while. Let me just open that up for you. I'm still trying to figure out where did I put this. Yeah. Last picture of the slide. Here it comes. Share. Yeah.
Yeah, there. So this I wanted to share this picture and at the end of this panel discussion is because this boy had gone without food for 3 days after the cyclone, and I think this is one of the pictures that kind of transformed my life in a way that it made me realize how I want to give back to the society more than I already am. Just look at the sheer joy in his face when he sees a platter of food that is in front of him. He had gone hungry without food or safe drinking water for 3 days, and that's when he got that food. And this was provided by one of the group of people that we were working with. And this is from a place called Namkhana, which is in South 24 Parganas, which is right next to the Sundarbans. So I wanted to end this panel discussion with this joyous picture of a man with a platter of food in front of him and just the sheer joy on his face.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think it definitely is one of the very a picture which would not leave anybody's mind easily. So, having said that, I think it's a good closure to the sector that yes, the social justice is very important to deal with if we want to deal with the climate change. So, without that, we can't really fix the problem completely. So, thank you for that. And with this, uh, I thank you all of you again, and we bring this panel to a closure. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts. They were very important. They brought about very important pointers, which I hope our listeners or viewers who are there would have appreciated a lot, and they would have given some depth of knowledge to what this social justice problem is. With this, we take another short break. But before we go on a short break, again a short quiz. So, according to a 2016 IUCN report, oceans had gamely absorbed more than what percentage of warming created by humans since 1970s? So, the oceans absorb a lot of the heat, and according to one report, if you have read this, you can Google it. You can find out the answer and please post it on as a comment or on YouTube and Facebook. Or you can, if you are on the live webinar, please write it in the chat box. We will love to hear answers from you. And the second question is, if that heat was not absorbed by oceans, how much of temperature rise would have been if the heat has actually gone into the atmosphere? So with these two questions, I leave. We call it a lunch break, and we come back. It is exactly after 30 minutes from now. So, and we start the second session of the day, second half of the day, with another amazing keynote speaker, Olivia Deka from India, who talks about gender and climate change. So, thank you guys. Thank you all the panelists here. We take a short break here. Thank you guys.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Thank
Great panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, stars are in light, though we burn, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, though we burn, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. I've been told that the fire's old, and when stars are in light, the weeper, we would know. As a sliver of your mind, as a sliver of your mind, of your mind. In the end, the call. In the end, in the end, in the end, the call. In the end, in the end, your shining hands in mine. Some things are meant to be. In the end, the call. In the end, the call. Sing the Stick the
Hi, welcome back to the second session. So while we wait for Sonal to come on, I just wanted to take a minute and see if we have any answers to the questions. So I'm seeing on YouTube, Vidhi has again commented it's more than 93%. And question two is 36 degrees Celsius. Same is with Mr. Pramod. So again, okay, the both of the answers are correct. So more than 90% or 93% of the heat is actually absorbed in the oceans, and if all of that was not absorbed by the oceans, all of this more than actually it's more than 56%, almost 56% would have gone into the atmosphere, and the temperature would have risen 56 degrees Celsius. So yeah, so first question correct, second question nearly correct. So thank you guys. Now we start the second session of the whole day, where I invite Sonal to take the lead. Hi, Sonal.
Hi. Okay.
Yes, we can see you. Great, we can hear you as well.
Okay. So, hello everyone. How is it going? And first of all, I'd like to say that the summit has been going really well. So I had been hearing like I have been hearing all the panelists throughout, and everybody has had such good points to, and it's been amazing hearing them, hearing their perspectives. They're so diverse, they're so well thought. It's been really nice. And second of all, I'd like to thank all of our audience members over here who are here and watching us live on different platforms. Thank you guys. So now, before I introduce our next keynote speaker, I'd just like to summarize what happened in the last one that we spoke about, if climate change is a hoax or not. And then we talked about education of climate change. And then we also talked about social justice with respect to climate change. So there were a lot of good debatable points actually in there. Like even politics got involved. So this shows how diversified the whole thing is. Now, coming up, our panels, two panels will be talking about gender and climate change, gender with respect to climate change, and then there'll be a bit on the marine life, the ocean impact on oceans because of climate change, and then finally we'll end the session with good vibes. So now introducing our keynote speaker for today, we have Leah Decker, who is a founder for She for Change. And She for Change is a non-profit organization working on empowering young girls in India with entrepreneurial leadership mindset and skill set powered by a network of women's leaders and entrepreneurs community from across the world. Olivia Decker, she's an advocate for gender equality while being equally passionate and about entrepreneurship and development. Her organization, She for Change, being the intersection of her passion and purpose, it leads women in terms of setting up their own businesses and communities and being mind-blowing entrepreneurs. Olivia is based out of Assam. She's an engineering graduate who started her entrepreneurial endeavor when she was 19. Her first startup venture was the Finbridge tourism in northeastern states, and eventually got recognized by Ashoka Innovators for Public India as a youth venture in 2017. Furthermore, she has been a part of two other international organizations like Changemakers and Young Social Entrepreneurs Program of Singapore International Foundation. So Olivia, we welcome you today to be for your keynote speech, and you may please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I have my slide shares? Sonal, Sumit, can you? Yeah. Okay. Perfect. So yeah, I am going to start off with this, that it will take us almost more than 100 years to achieve gender equality. Yes, that is what a World Economic Forum report has stated. And with COVID now, of course, a lot of the work that has been done for decades went undone. How is this relevant to a climate summit? Or who am I to be talking about it? Well, for the last 4 years, I have interacted, met, and discussed issues ranging from gender to climate with experts in this field. But where my knowledge essentially comes from about the interlinkages of gender and climate is my own state of Assam. You see, for the last 23 years, I have witnessed the ravages of climate change in my father's village and my mother's village. And both of these places are some 300 kilometers apart. Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia Deca, and I'm a gender rights advocate and a social entrepreneur. My organization, She for Change, empowers teenage girls to become leaders of today. I started my organization with this idea that we need to create a space where teenage girls can talk about issues and problems that affects them and should get the right support network that enable them to become change makers. Because no matter what problems of the world we talk about, women's voices are absolutely important. But sadly, it also isn't accounted for when it comes to climate change. We all want to see a better world. We all want to be kind to the planet, but often we see those problems of the world in silos. Often we fail to see and comprehend the intersectionality of the problems, and so solutions are not found. So when we talk about climate change, can you change the slide? We often do not acknowledge that climate change. Can you change the slide? We often do not acknowledge that climate change is a product of social and economic inequities. Everywhere in the world, women who are more likely to observe the impact of climate change on their lives and are more vulnerable to such impacts. Whether it's women of my country in India and the drought-hit states of Gujarat, Maharashtra, Jharkhand, Karnataka, or my grandmother and my aunts in my father's village who survived two major floods. Or maybe let's say women affected in the 2004 tsunami in coastal regions of Asia. Women are far more likely to be injured and die than men. 3 times as many women died in the 2004 tsunami in comparison to men. 3 times, yes. Why? Because, well, in some cultures like that of India's, women wear clothing that are more restraining because of our cultures, and they have long hairs that is most likely to get tangled in debris. And women also lack the education on how to swim. It may also come down to the choice of saving a male family member over a female family member. And these all have been identified as dangerous and sometimes deadly to women. Now, what really affects me to the most is the fact that women, during all these natural calamities and disasters that are effects of climate change, women also do not receive necessary health care. Pregnant women isn't even a consideration before the relief efforts, which is often it is often clearly a male dominated affair. Can you change the slide? This is the estimation. 150,000 women were pregnant when the Asian tsunami struck in 2004. And 50,000 of them were in their third trimester. Yet, a lack of care for pregnant women puts them at the risk of miscarriage, complications in pregnancies, and even death. And this is made worse by the fact that all these refugee camps or relief camps do not even have proper sanitation. Lack of healthcare infrastructure in these areas even make the situation worse. Women are often marginalized or excluded from the decision makings about any kind of disaster and the policies that follows these disasters. And on top of that, women also have to bear the double burden of family duties, of providing for the family, of caring for the family members, and even in some cases, providing support to the family financially in case the male member of the family dies during such tragedies. And there is a very disturbing fact that we have all observed in not just India, but across the world in developing countries, is that disturbingly, men also leave their families and abandon their families, use the relief aid for themselves, and following any kind of natural disaster. And this is something that has been observed across the world. Now, women play a very critical role in resource management of their households. Can you change the slide? So yes, in countries like India, 8 in 10 women are responsible for collecting waters for their household. Women are also responsible, like 65% of the agricultural workforce in India is women. 70% of water related course and management globally is carried out by women. And sadly, it's a very sad thing that with just 1 degree rise in global temperatures over the years, India has experienced extreme weather events. You see, you talk about the floods in Kerala, you talk about the wildfires in Uttarakhand, you talk about the floods in Bihar and Assam, and the heat waves in the north and east, and the droughts. It's all climate change effects. And while women are more likely than men to notice this impacts on whether you talk about agricultural productivity, livestock problems, water availability, they are also less likely than men to receive any key information on climate or any agricultural information. Now, there is a very deep trickle-down impact of this. When crop fails during major climate change phenomena, when there is a flood, when there is drought, and there's huge crop failures, and it results into household income, decrease in the household income or loss in household income, marital stresses in the household begins. And that's when women are again vulnerable to facing domestic violence. These all are the things that affect women the most. Women are most disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change. And yet, there is no reliable data that measures women's role and engagement in the climate change adaptation process. Can you change the slide? The scale and scope of women burden related to climate change is not well understood due to, of course, inadequate data. Policies are not being made because there's again no data to support it. There's no evidence-based studies being done about how by tapping into these, working on policies that impacts and enables and empowers women, we can actually mitigate climate change. Not there is any study or data that supports how climate change affects and makes women more vulnerable. There's not even a gender sensitive target or indicator in the SDG 13, which is take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. when we see this as sustainable development goals in silos, we want to work towards them, and we do not really see the holistic picture. It's really difficult. As I said in the beginning, when we talk about issues in silos, it's incredibly difficult to come to solutions. And while climate change threatens to widen this gender-based disparities, women's social role and potential for effecting change provides opportunities for coming up with great solutions. It is imperative for policymakers to move beyond the separation of health and gender and environment, and embrace a gender-based solutions and embrace a gender lens when it comes to protecting women's health, women's financial, economic, empowerment, and also women's potential to actually mitigate, adapt, and respond to climate change. Whoever in here today attending this, watching this, you are passionate about gender, or you might be passionate about climate to be attending this summit. All I want to say is that if you do not understand how the problems of the world have a very intersectional nature, how when we talk about one problem, we cannot ignore the other problem, how each and every sustainable goal, development goal that we are talking about has some impact to the in the other. And when we talk about creating solutions, we should also look at how sometimes our solutions might also create problems which are byproducts of the solution. So it's very imperative that as the current generation, as tomorrow's generation of leaders and people who will be probably influencing decision making, it's very imperative that we understand that these issues should not be dealt in silos, and these issues should not be talked about separately. It's one and all affecting everything that is related to it. So yeah, thank you. I would like to take some Q&A and interact with the audience.
Thank you, Olivia, for that really inspiring speech. It's nice to see how women are slowly taking leadership roles, changing the dynamics of the world, and there is such important paradigm shift coming along. It's truly nice to see that, and women like you make a difference, a huge difference. So thank you for that. So do we have any Q&A?
Yeah, I have a question here.
Okay. Yeah.
So thanks, Olivia, first of all, for the amazing data facts and your own experience from Assam, that how women are actually facing the issues. And I really like the point when we all talk about refugee camps, when we all talk about climate migrations and everything, we don't really talk about women's issue there, because these all things impact women differently. So the question I have for you now is how we also, just before your session, we discussed social justice versus climate justice. Do you think gender or the justice which is not being provided to women, the gender disparity, and now there are no, initially we used to think gender as binary. Now there are more versions of it. There's a spectrum of it. Yes. So how do you think it is impacting the overall discussion around climate? And the most important point that you touched was about SDG not having anything about women. SDG 13, which is about climate change, is not talking about women at all. So if we talk about gender perspective, not just women, but I would take it as a whole spectrum. What is your take about how is it impacting other genders? Because women, we know historically they have been in the issues, but let's talk about the other genders as well a little bit.
Absolutely. So see, we always talk about gender in binary, like, it's male or it's female, it's men, women. So imagine even when the world is probably seeing women in seeing gender in binary, and yet one gender which is even at least taken into account more than the LGBTQI community. We are not even involving this part of the gender spectrum, which is probably the largest part of the gender spectrum. We are not even considering that for making any kind of decision, like any kind of policies, when we are not even probably thinking about how our policies, how our adaptation method, climate change mitigation process and adaptation methods are impacting women, with like heterosexual women. Think about women think about trans women, think about any other, all the other gender spectrum. People do not even understand that every gender needs to have a say, or every person out there needs to have a say. And it's not just the fact that climate change affects women, because there's an entire trickle down phenomenon that is happening. As I said, you see, there is probably loss of crop due to drought or due to flood. And what is happening is that women are facing domestic violence because of it. Now this whole gender thing is a different ballgame altogether. There are people who are so marginalized that they're always at risk, whether there's a natural calamity, whether it's in relief camps, we have heard cases of abuse and rape, especially for women and also the marginalized LGBTQI community. So I guess all of these, when we are talking about relief efforts, when we are talking about any kind of mitigation strategies, and we are not talking that relief camps have women and children and they are vulnerable, and there are other genders of the group, there are and these people, we are not even thinking, like, we don't even consider sanitary napkin, let's say sanitary napkin, as an essential product for relief effort. You see so many organizations doing relief effort. What are the essential items? Food grains, water, oil, probably some vegetables, and these are essential items. But sanitary napkin is not. Have we ever thought about what the women are doing in the relief camps, where there's no bathroom, where there's no facilities, where there's lack of sanitation completely, and probably women are in their periods? Like, what about those women? So I guess it's a very, very complex. Firstly, we need adequate data to understand. First step is to actually understand how it is impacting and at what scale it is impacting, and how, without any data, without any study done, you cannot really mitigate it. And I think what we are lacking is that really there has been no study done to actually measure the impact of climate change in gender, or how women should be involved in the study. Yeah.
It's a very valid point, Olivia. I think boils down to the fact that because there are so much of indisparities and issues in the world already existing, and climate change being it's not just about that we are not able to breathe clean air, drink clean water. It's also about how these things are increasing the issues. The already existing issues are being increased because of the climate change. And your point of views here are, I think, very important. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have a question. If you could, yeah.
Sure, please.
Yes. So I have a question about ecofeminism, right? And like a little bit about it. So it's basically where we relate the problem of gender inequality with the problems that we've caused to the ecology, right? Now it's a bit difficult to relate that. It's more on a very I think I should say like a very personified level, because it's not directly related.
Yeah.
And then there are debates about about it falling on the women's shoulders to care for the environment. Like, it's a very women's subject, right? So what do you have to say about that? Because is that even like a very, I don't know, like, yeah, I like your opinion on that.
I agree with you that it's a very complex, topic. You see, women cannot bear the onus of climate change, especially because for me, I believe, it's my personal belief, of course, there should not be an onus on women saying that, you are the reason of probably climate change, because as I mentioned in my second slide, climate change is a product of social and economic inequalities, and it's a fact. So whether you see it as a macroeconomics view or a microeconomics view, you will see that climate change has been a product of social and economic inequalities, and women are in that inequality zone. Like, they have been fighting to even get that equality. Feminism has been there for centuries, and we, from voting rights to now understanding, like, first wave feminism was all about getting the at least legal rights to vote, and then second wave feminism came in, third wave feminism is currently going on, and throughout all of it, women have been subjected to inequalities throughout. And for me personally, in 2018, I came across this concept that how our sanitary napkin waste is causing a huge problem in the climate, right? And I switched to sustainable products on my own. But I also believe that I cannot push anyone to do it. Like, I can inspire people to adopt the changes, but I cannot literally go and push them that you are not a feminist if you are not doing this and this and this to mitigate climate change risk. That becomes a very, like, I'm not someone who, I think everyone who's trying to save the world doing their bit should be applauded. So for me, I think I'm personally not a person who is into blaming the others, saying you are not doing enough and I'm doing a lot, or blaming the other gender that you are not doing enough. Where my complaint comes, or where I am deeply, deeply affected and I seek that justice, is the fact that at a very large scale, our policies our system is broken, and our policies do not consider women before it is even passed. Like, women are not considered, women's perspective are not considered. So that is where my problem lies. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's quite a valid point. Definitely, I agree with you on that. Okay, so do we have any more questions?
I think we have one question. We're out of time, but yet I think it's an important question. Let's just take it. So Tarun says climate change impacts the most vulnerable communities the most, and your fact about women being much more vulnerable due to climate change than men is fantastic. So he says his question is simple. How do you think the fact would impact the feminist movements which are fighting for their equal rights? Do you think it would weaken those movements?
No, I don't think so. How will it weaken those movements? I mean, these movements have been all about having a say, having a seat at the table, having equal decision-making powers. And, we have seen that, as I said, marginalized women communities are marginalized, especially in lower, developing countries, lower middle-income countries. We have seen men do not even ask for their women's permission, whereas 65% of agricultural labor workforce is women in India. Do you you can go to any village, and this is my personal experience. I have seen that, witnessed that, because my roots come from village, and I have seen that men go out, sell the crops that women grow in the dry seasons, and they do not even think that it is necessary for them to ask the permission from the women, or even have a discussion. They do not even feel that they are obligated to have a discussion with their wives or their mothers or their family sisters, that you have grown the crop in the dry season and I am financially struggling, or the household income is reducing. Should I sell the crop, or should I do anything else? So I think feminist movement have been about, no matter which socioeconomic class a woman comes from, the women needs to have a say, and that say, in fact, will help us tackle and address these issues, or mitigate the gender disparities keeps on increasing because of climate change. And if we do not bring the women, if we do not advance and move forward in the feminist movement, I think that will even have worse adverse effect in the long-term process of mitigating the climate change risk.
Yes, so I think that's a very valid answer. And there is another speaker, or there is another panelist in the group who is supporting your answer here. So thanks, Olivia, for the time you have taken and for the view that you have given. Because until we understand from people who have uh, seen those things live, and especially men are generally oblivious to these facts and figures. So thanks for bringing all of our audience up to speed on what's happening in the climate change area, and especially when it comes to women and other genders. So thank you so much, and you'll be glad to know that next panel is also about gender and climate change, where people from different countries are actually coming in and sharing their views. So we'll be building on to where are you leaving us. So thanks so much for your contribution and time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Nice to have you.
Cool. Thanks, Sonal, for your efforts as well. So I now have Isibor, Angelic, Fazila, and Jessica with us. Can you guys come on video? Can you guys unmute yourselves?
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Angelic, we can't see you. Yes, all of us are here. So thank you so much for joining in. Heard Olivia, and she gave very good examples from India and how her organization She for Change is actually doing. So women have always been, on the lower end of the spectrum when it comes to distributing any kind of relief efforts, or whatever she was saying. And climate change is actually just worsening everything. So while we discuss the gender and climate change issue again, so I would love to have perspectives from all of you who are from different countries here. So starting from Fazila. Fazila is from Kenya. She's a conservationist and a climate activist. So, Fazila, what is your view on gender and climate? And if you can give us some examples from your country of how climate change is actually impacting women.
Okay. Yes. Thank you so much for having me, Summit. I was born in Kenya, and I've been volunteering in the conservation sector for some time. And I would say, just listening to Olivia's experiences and everything, I would say very much the challenges are so much similar, and it's something that we can relate to. It's happening, especially in the global south. So what I like to give you an example with something that's so close to my heart. I volunteer in the Savo conservation area, and it's like about 5 to 6 hours from my home. But it's a very beautiful area. It's huge. It's massive. It's almost like the size of Israel, and it's got like a lot of diversity. You've got elephants, you've got lions, like just a huge wilderness that's so raw and so beautiful. But you have the communities who live next to this wildlife. They've lived with them for generations. They've coexisted peacefully for all this time. But now what's happening with climate change, there are less resources, the water holes are shrinking, and it's causing like real chaos. So, and like something that I came across, I was really heartbreaking, was there's this school, like the village that's literally on the border of the park, and the kids used to walk to school, every day in the morning. But what happens is, like in the dry season, the water holes start shrinking and the water is less. So the wildlife go out of the protected areas, and they start going into villages because they're looking for water. And what will happen is these kids are going to school. They would encounter this wildlife, Can you imagine going to school and there's a herd of like 50 elephants? Obviously you can't go to school that day. Or can you imagine like if you have buffaloes, which are very dangerous, So obviously that day, you don't go to school. And because the drought was, prolonged, so it's like it happened so common that a lot of kids miss out going on school. And it happened so much that the community, the members of the village came together and they said, our kids are really missing out on school. What are we going to do? So they built a small school, and thank God the kids didn't have to walk a lot. So they just started with a few dozen of kids, and they started like going to that school, which is great. But slowly what happened is more and more kids started going to the school. Now in Kenya, I'm so happy that finally, primary education was made free and the resources were there. But what happened with this school is because it started out with a few dozen of kids, and that's what they registered at. So the resources were just for a few dozen of kids, and the school grew like to hundreds of kids. So what happens now, they have very few resources, and the kids are like, they have resources for a dozen number of kids, and the number of children are like literally hundreds. So you can see like how climate change is really affecting that, because even by the time the school was built, it took some time, and it meant that, the kids were missing out on the education. So that was one of the main issues that we were facing in that area. But we're hopeful, things are going to look up. I tend to see like conservationists feel like to focus a lot on the negative, but we have to have hope. We have to have reason to look up to, that things will get better, and that's what inspires change. The other thing is the droughts in Lamu, and I know I keep on saying that, but this one it really broke my heart, because in 2017 we had a terrible drought that was ravaging parts of sub-Saharan Africa. Kenya was most affected by it, and me with my friend Tiju, we started doing relief work because a lot of wildlife was dying over there, and the communities were really suffering from conflicts from wildlife. Because what would happen again, the waterholes were drying up, the animals, especially hippos, and hippos again are one of the most dangerous animals for going out in people's farms. They just wanted water, and they were looking for fodder, and they'd come across human beings, and it was chaos, because you had people from the village who are depending on their small farms. Again, it's a dry season, so things are very difficult, and you just have a hippo that's coming through your fish farm, and everything's destroyed. So it was a really drastic situation, again because of climate change. And it was such a remote area, so you don't have a lot of NGOs and relief work happening in that area. So you can imagine the amount of catastrophe that was going on. I personally remember going to the site, and the place was full of carcasses. Buffaloes had died. There's a buffalo who was stuck. There was a baboon, with a small baby, and she was like so desperate for water. There was a warthog. It was really heartbreaking to see these things. And then you have the community from the side who are complaining that the wildlife is coming on the area. So we started supplying like water to the water holes, so the wildlife wouldn't go in that area outside the villages. And one day, as the rangers were going to supply water, they came across, these little girls with their empty jerrycans, and they're walking through the bush. And it was so heartbreaking, and they stopped and they asked them like, what are you doing here? Like, it's a really dangerous place, because you have even issues of militants in that area. Like, and they asked her, why are you not in school? And they said, we're not in school because we have to go and look for water. The water holes that are near our house have dried up, and there's no water. So these girls, again, very young girls, 7 years old, 10 years old, missing out on school because of climate change. So you can imagine, and like this is like a big area, so you can imagine how many places this has been duplicated in. So obviously, that day, they fill the water up, they make sure the girls went back home safely. But it was something that really broke my heart, and I'm really happy that Olivia, my fellow panelist, was talking about that our system is broken, it's weak. We need to have better policies that protect these people, because what future will we have if our girls are not educated? Women are the pillars of every society. And I'd like to even talk about just two more issues. I don't want to take up a lot of time.
Yeah.
So,
Whatever you highlighted right now also is very heartbreaking, because what Olivia was telling, it's more on how refugees and all are, but I think the condition that you are describing is even far worse. And people who are, the women who are living in areas which are drying down because of the climate change and their issues, they are not able to go to school because of they have to go to search for water, and then there are dangerous situations. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to hear all of that. We'll come back to you again, Fazila, where you can put across the other points as well. But whatever you have raised, I think from the African countries, it is. I mean, I don't know if it's the same across African countries, but we do know there's some areas in India as well which have similar or it close to what extent you're talking about. So let me now go to Angelic. Angelic comes from Panama. Hi, Angelic. Would you want to talk about a little bit about Panamese women and what's happening around there? We can't hear you, Angelic. Looks like some audio issue. Do you want to join back in for a while? Because we can't hear you at all.
Now you can hear me? Yes, right now? Yeah. Hello, hello everyone. Well, I'm very honored to share with you a little bit of my country. My beautiful country, Panama, is located in Central America, and it doesn't escape from climate crisis that affects threaten the development of Panama, especially as it is a country with seashore territory. One example is the phenomenon of El Niño, which causes droughts, dry season, soil degradation, the death of animals in the region that suffer from seasonal water stress and scarcity of water. This last one is necessary for human consumption and essential to the optimal function of the Panama Canal, which depends on its watershed. On the other hand, during the rainy season, rivers floods and affect the most vulnerable population, causing floods and landslides. Climate change always affects the most vulnerable populations, such as women. However, it is possible to mitigate these effects by giving them resources and access. According to the Clara Gonzalez report in Panama, Indigenous and Black women have less possibility of find employment despite having studied. This places them in a state of vulnerability because many are single mothers and others don't have access to education or a good a job well paid. So let's say many times that in Panama there's no rising. However, the data indicates otherwise. The places with the highest rates of poverty are inhabited by Indigenous and Black women. So who are exposed to the pollution and do not have access to health and sanitation. It leaves women at disadvantage in the face of the effects of climate change, such as floods and landslides. And rural women play a triple role in their communities, which are of vital importance for their development. They are reproducers, are charged in the household activities, and works in the fields. They are usually are not able to have property titles or land in their name because it is generally the husband who owns it. So consequently, it is difficult for them to access bank loans, training, and they suffer of ravages of climate change, such as livestock losses on their farms, desertification, and soil degradation, causing difficulty in the sowing crops. And when a girl sees a woman in an important position, she gets inspired to develop personal and professional in the future. I've been inspired by many young Panamanian women who are leaders of volunteering, social movement, and NGOs. This has prompted me to get involved in the activities that contribute to the community. And it's not only to see women from other countries, but it is also important to identify local climate leaders. And Panamanian women represent 49.70% of the population, according to the 2010 census. So to achieve sustainable development goals, women should have equal rights and opportunities as men. This demands to include and to give a voice to half of the population of the country to be able to fight climate crisis. And the challenges associated with climate change and biodiversity conservation require empowered women in all aspects, socially, economically, politically. So the new leadership of both women and men who recognize equality as the solution means a win-win situation for every aspect of society. So it's necessary to improve communication between government institutions and civil society actors and share strategies to face climate change. And to reduce the vulnerability of Panamanian women by promoting the implementation of projects focused and on understand the weakness of several essential sectors of the country, such as the water resources, agriculture, sanitation, and health. So considering the watersheds as a unit of territorial ordering being a key strategy for adaptation to climate change. Additionally, the establishment of environmental public policies is important to support women, to strengthen communities, because if women have better opportunities, we are building societies that are more resilient. So if we fight for women's rights, we are fighting climate change.
Wow, I think that's a very strong ending statement that you just made. But we were also just while listening to you, I was also being surprised that you're also facing in the same region. That Panama is a very small country. You're facing floods as well as you're facing dry seasons, and then how the women in these areas are being impacted badly. Uh, Furthering that, we have Isibor from Nigeria. It would be nice to hear from a male person on what he thinks about gender and climate change. And do we think men have generally been more advantaged when it comes to climate change, or what is your idea around this? And what are your thoughts about gender and climate change in a nutshell?
Yeah, thank you, Summit. Gender and climate change, there's a correlation between gender and climate change. So I think everybody is being affected with climate change generally, but we need to look at it from a perspective whereby who are the more vulnerable people, who are more affected. You get what I mean? So gender has a huge role to play on climate change. So women living in rural and poor communities are most vulnerable to the effect of climate change. The poor are disproportionately affected by climate change because they lack the resources they need to afford goods and services. So to buffer against the worst climate changing effects that may arise. So women as the primary caregiver in Nigeria or in other parts of Africa or in the world, they are the ones who go out to go search for food, search for basic needs for the family, water, nutrition, and whatnot, just to make sure the family is running. And the rural women participate more in water governance and management as well. So women are involved in a sector that is very vulnerable, that has to do with climate change in terms of agriculture, because women produce up to 80% of food in Africa. And this puts to mind because of the adoption of the ecosystem-based adaptation approach, which has restored the degraded areas where the climate change has basically affected. So why this is in case, climate change threatens up to 40% decline in yields of major staples. And major staples is what everybody just goes to and just have at once. So however, investing to climate proof and maximizing earnings in this sector offers the most accessible structural approach to build socio-economical resilience among the vulnerable constituency. You get so we need to also look at eradicating poverty. So eradicating poverty in this form remains the greatest challenge. It is the greatest challenge in the face of humanity. So it involves targeting the most vulnerable, increasing basic resources, services, and supporting communities that are affected with these climate-related disasters. So women are more likely to be poor than men in terms of less paid jobs, in terms of education, in terms of owning properties. So progress has also been limited in other regions like South Asia, the sub-Saharan Africa, which amounts to about 80% of people living with less than $2 a day. So according to the United Nations Development Program, 736 million people still live in extreme poverty, while 10% of the world population still live in extreme poverty, which is down to 36% from as it was in 1990. So 50% of the people living in the world, 50% of the people living are under 18 years, living in poverty are under 18 years. So 1 of every 10 persons you meet are extremely poor. So in combating these related issues on climate change, one must look at ending hunger and achieving food security and improve nutrition, as well as promote sustainable agriculture. So if you look at it, the pandemic is another threat to food insecurity. Climate shocks, low-cost. If you look at Kenya, where they talk about the low-cost, what happens is change climate feeds. You get climate feeds, low-cost, when there's a change in the feeds, low-cost increases like heavy rainfall, warmer temperature, then the COVID-19 as well, then conflicts. So prompt measures are needed to ensure that food security and food supply chains are kept alive to mitigate risk of large stocks that have considerable impact on everybody, especially the vulnerable in the society. So smallholder farmers are also affected by this ethnic crisis, clash between ethnicity and all that. So when there's no yield, it reduces crop productivities and the inputs as well. So you need to also look at value addition to women. So in order to address risk, the UN Food and Agriculture Organization urges countries to meet immediate food needs to the vulnerables, boost social production programs, then keep global food trade going, keep domestic supply chain gear going, then support smallholder farmers because they are the ones who get those supports from NGOs. Well, the NGOs are already doing their jobs to support smallholder farmers. So that will also boost the ability to increase food production. So policy makers as well, the government needs to step in and make policies that are gender responsive and impactful, not just making policies that they cannot implement or they can't put. So that will improve economical empowerment for food and security for women and even the youth participation. So there needs to be an incentive to encourage youth in innovative volunteerism to enable them have this to engage in sectors that majorly women are in. So basically, if you look at it in 2019, close to 750 million, nearly 1 of 10 are exposed to food insecurity. So we need to also look at that and work on it as well and support smallholder farmers. So I don't know if I've taken so much time on this.
No, I think what the points that you brought out were very important, especially when it comes to policy making or any relief measure or anything. Like you talk about
Yes.
poverty, the women will be more poor. If you talk about hunger, I think the hunger problem will be more with the women because they don't get the relief and some men take all the advantage. So since we are short of time, let me quickly move to Jessica from Brazil. Hi, Jessica. Lovely to have you. Tell us about how it is about women. Brazil is a country, I think, which is always on the news because of the Amazon. But
Yeah.
tell us about the women in Brazil.
So, and first, I would like to apologize if you do not understand my words clearly because of the English. I think I am learning about this, and it's almost 5 a.m. in Brazil, and my results is still reading. So, take care. I'm a little sick too because I have endometriosis. So forgive me if I have to need stop because of the pain. So let's start. And I would like to say that I'm really, really, really very privileged and I have resources that support me to go through all this change without suffering big impacts. And I know that this is not a reality of women and girls in my country. In Brazil, our biggest problem with climate change is due to the fact that we have a large number of the women who are mothers in the teenagers and they don't have any resources or travel or work or families and no one opportunity to study, and these women have no voice in the society and they are reduced just their bodies. Brazil is still a country of many prejudices and without any pride in what I say, we are the country that kills the most transsexuals at the world. So I am not proud of this. And right now we are having so big problems with the fires. Start last year when the Amazonia gets some fires, and our government it's not too good with this because they are reducing our resources or this making a really really bad fight because we the activists are have to work a lot of more because we have to take some help with the other countries because our government don't care about the forest and the animals. We are having a lot of problems right now in the Pantanal. Oh, I want to talk in Portuguese also. And we are having big problems in Pantanal because the animals are dying and a lot of them. And it's really sad because our people are working so hard for we getting better, but our government don't help us. It's like have no help of the important people in my world. And it's really difficult being a woman in that place because we are not we have not voice, we have not space, we have not time to fight with this because we have families, we have children, we have kids, and we have to feed this. And it's really difficult seeing my country being in that place because I have family on Amazonia. My sister live there with her family, and they are suffering with these things, with the climate change. And I'm really worried about the future of our recurses, and I just nervous about this all day. It's a bad news, it's a bad thing. All day our government makes some bad thing, and we have to start all over again because it's a fight without end. It's like every morning when we wake up, it's a bad news on the papers, on the TV, on the internet. And the world is stopping to see our bad news. It's really bad that a country so beautiful, a place so important has been remembered by the fires. It's really sad for me. It's really, really sad because I love my country the most thing. And being a woman and being an activist, being a vegan, being a professional, it's really sad for me see my country in that place, see my country don't make anything to save her forest. It's really sad for me.
Yeah, I think you've highlighted a lot of pointers here. Considering, I mean, in a nutshell, as we see, the women are at the forefront of any challenge that comes in, and they are the ones who are suffering the most because whatever benefits and whatever relief would come, it might not even reach them. And not having the people who are running families, the people who are running the people who are driving the change in the societies, and they are not getting space or seat at the table. It's really disheartening to see because without them nothing would actually move. So we are almost at the end of our panel discussion time. But if anybody wants to give any examples specific to women, or if you want to take 1 more minute each, so what would that be? Okay, let's start with Fazila.
I just like to say that I had this as a last point, but it just went out. Let's all forget our boys. Even boys are very vulnerable, especially those who live in rural areas. Like in my country, the girls over the last 20 years have been so much empowered that if I look at the gap between my age and the boys my age, like there's a huge gap. So let's not forget them as well, especially the upcoming generation. And I know, as much as it might sound bleak, I know Jessica, Isibor, Angelica, I know you guys, it's really difficult for you, but you're here, so you're the reason for hope. And I know it can be really gloomy, and you can feel like really down at times. It's something that I struggle with it by myself. But just because of the fact that you're here and you're talking about it and you recognize it, it's very powerful. And as much as it might seem very minuscule, in the grand plan of things, you are making a difference. So I just encourage you guys to keep going on. And yeah, better days are ahead because you're here. You're the reason for hope. And yeah, let's keep our hope alive. And where there's no hope, be the reason for hope and light. So thank you all so much for everything that you do. All of you do such important and wonderful work. And I really hope that we can meet in person someday. And yeah, and then just support each other's work. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Angelic, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about a really special area in Panama. It's an indigenous region of Gunayala, and it's affected by the rise of sea level and loss of corals, which leave them exposed to stronger winds and prone to tornadoes. The situations that didn't happen before, and even has made a community relocated to the mainland, stripping them of their traditions related to the proximity of the sea, since the man fulfills the role of fisherman and tourist guide, while the woman dedicate to sew and make handcraft. And it's difficult because thus falling into a breakdown of the social fabric, loss of the natural and ancestral heritage of the Guna ethnic group. So it's a thing that our authorities need to face that problem, this climate change problem.
Yeah, and what I think Fazila started to say, you guys are facing issues, but the kind of pointers you are raising, at least the conversation has started, which is very important. Jessica, you want to say something?
I just want to thank for this opportunity to work with these people, because I'm really happy about these two women and this one guy. So I'm happy about this work. We are getting a good time. Me and Angelic, we talk a lot, and I'm just really happy that we have young people to care about this problem, and that we are working on our possibilities to getting better, to getting the other people hearing about this problem. So I just want to thank and wish me luck, because I'm nervous.
No problem at all. I think you will do great. We all are there. We all are there to amplify your voices. So
Yeah.
and help, may you recover fast from the issues that you're facing.
Yeah.
Isibod, last words.
Yeah, I have two words: value addition. So there's an urgent need for a shift in incentive and narrative among government policies and non-government actors to move away from increasing production towards value addition. So this is more critical and is a way to enhance earnings and build resilience in Africa, considering the biggest resilience for the continent that addresses context in socio-economic expansion. So I'm very pleased to join everyone here, and my team has been a great team. So now we're co-panelists. So I'm also obliged. Summit, you've done a very good job bringing this awareness to everybody out there. We need to come together and let's be innovative in our volunteerism. Let's see how we can change the narrative and make the world a better place. Climate change is real and it's not a hoax. So let's see how we can move to a more sustainable environment, key into renewable energy, key into food waste, and convert it to biogas for cooking and whatnot. So we need to look at all these things into the effect. She was talking about Panama. Sorry, she was talking about the Amazons. We also need, if you look at civil rights, all the civil rights groups, they moved because they went by way of fundamental human rights. So we should also look at going by way of fundamental human rights to address climate issues, because we all have right to clean energy right to sustainable environment and whatnot. So we should also go by way of that. And with that, we'll achieve our aim. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving me this opportunity. Yeah.
Thanks.
So much
Can we
for
just
your
take a
time.
picture? Sorry.
Please.
Jess, can you take a picture? I'm not so good at this.
So I have to?
I'll take a picture, you guys.
Okay,
All right.
a minute.
Thank you.
Smile,
Smile, guys.
everybody.
Thank you, Sona, the coordinator.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much for your time, guys.
Bye.
Follow up on this
Bye.
discussion after the panel discussion as well. I hope the communication never stops.
Essentially,
No.
essentially, it goes on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. See you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to all the organizers. You
God
did a
bless
great
you.
job.
So with this, we come to an end of another great panel. While we wait for the other panel to come in, I would really love, let's just take a short 2-minute break while the other panel joins, which is about how do we know the climate change is actually happening, because everything starts on glaciers. Every climate conversation starts from the life underwater, and this is where the next panel is about. But before they join, let us just take a short break for a minute, and then while the panel is collected, we'll resume shortly. Hi everyone. So we are back with the new panel. The panel will be moderated by LC, who is a dear friend, another climate reality leader who is also leading the Oceans Climate Reality Project in India. We have Hemant, who is environmental lead in Trust in India, and we have Apula, who is handling urban development and municipal reforms at Janagraha. Surbhi, I'm not able to see Surbhi. I hope she is online. Yeah. So Surbhi is an associate consultant at CRISIL India. So over to you, LC. Let's talk about the real issue from where we started to understand the climate change is existing. So over to you. I'm going off. See you guys.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Sumit. Warm welcome, everybody. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
All right, warm welcome and congratulations, Sumit, an environment aware for a fabulous session since morning. Absolutely running a climate action marathon there, Sumit. Hats off to you.
Well, thanks to all of you for being here. Otherwise, it wouldn't have happened. So, thank you.
We've had experts from all over the world, which is an Herculean task, in getting everyone together from all over the globe. That's what, a global action really calls for. And you've justified that, proved that. And I'm absolutely proud of you and your entire team for putting this together. And it's a fabulous call for action. And congratulations to the team. So at the onset today, our session will be on the impact of oceans, glaciers, and life underwater. And with us today, we have Surabhi Bhavsar from CRISIL. Warm welcome. Are you there?
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here.
Warm welcome. Excellent. Good to have you here with us. We have Mr. Hemant Kumar from Thrissur, India as well.
Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon. Excellent. And we also have Apula Singh with us.
Hi, Elsie. Hi, great to be here.
Hi, good afternoon. Warm welcome. And we are all here to discuss about our oceans, our glaciers, and how climate change is affecting these and vice versa, how they're getting affected, and the scientific reasons behind these, as well as the impacts, as well as the solutions, so that today's session we can carry on to go forth in from this climate action young leaders summit, so that we take on for a better future and a better world. So actually, I'm your moderator host for today, and you three are the experts on the table, and you are going to deliver to the world, where at the end of this session, we are going to take an action plan. And with Sumit and his team and this Climate Action Summit, let's fulfill that action plan together as a part of our of Sumit series. But we will take more action on our oceans, glaciers, and life underwater. So that's the aim and mission of this session here today. So let's go for it. So like we all are very aware of the basic facts that, the entire ecosystem that covers the entire planet is 70% of which is water. And it's such a shame that we do not give it the exact respect that it really needs. I mean, we undervalue it. We do not respect it. We take it for granted. And all over the world, in fact, the oceans, all they do to us is just feed us. And, all our major percentage of food comes from it. Oceans give us employment globally, as well as oceans are there to absorb all our carbon. And one of the world's largest carbon sinks belong to the oceans, the corals, the seagrass, and the entire habitat underwater. So that's what, and if the oceans, didn't do that, didn't absorb all the effects of climate change, I think there would be a temperature more than 56 degrees Celsius, for example, so hot, so warm that the earth would not be, able to bear it. It would be absolutely uninhabitable. So that's what the ocean does for us. And it's such a large extent that we need to take this across. And I'm glad that you three are here on the platform here today. And of course, I won't be here to really lecture out all the details. I'll wait for you to deliver all your research and your technicalities. But like I said, 90% of the global warming is absorbed by our oceans. And you three are today going to elaborate on how we can take this forward into an action plan. And like I had requested, Sonal, do you have some slides ready? Since it's a beautiful session on the climate action and oceans, our glaciers, and life underwater. As a certified Australia PADI diver, deep sea diver, I thought it'd be best to show you the work that I do underwater. And having traveled to about 42 countries and covered more than 62 beaches and ocean destinations, you can see, I will just keep on talking. These are some of the medical waste syringes which are lying so close to the ocean. And this, my dear friends, belongs to India, a coast in India. So you can see how where we are today with all our modernization, urbanization, and all our technologies, but still we're lacking some place where, you can see the live syringes, they're open syringes, uncovered, very close to the ocean. And they not only seep into the ocean, but also into our drinking water system and sewage system and our groundwater. So you can just keep on putting the slides randomly, just few seconds each. Yes. And this is the amount of plastic that you can see. This is when I'm diving for debris in the ocean. And these are turtles caught in the nest. And we are diving with sharks. And it's basically, building up a team where we see the rich habitat of the ocean. And you can see that it's basically what we need to take on a war footing. And when we're diving, I see these plastics literally on my face, and we've tried to come back from our dives and do research on segregation of waste. What percentage of the actual waste in the plastics is, in the pollution is plastics or just bags or just gloves or shoes or what have you. So we segregate the waste that comes out that the ocean throws back. And then after that, we do a research on how the ocean habitat community, I've just come back last year from Galapagos, Ecuador, doing my research on how the ocean community are truly agents of change. So my research is based on each of these tribal communities, indigenous communities as agents of change, how they can be utilized and how they can come forth and how they can fight climate change. So to educate them, to build capacity building is so important. And maybe through interactive art, like you saw on my last slide, is where we have taken some of the plastic and promoting now green living and oceans, green living habits, where we're trying to enforce where the plastics do not go to the landfills at all. I mean, and we're not saying to recycle them because, again, it still exists. So, and lets out methane either ways into the ocean, into the atmosphere. So we're talking to them through art, through interactive means, and making, sure that they use their assets because they're indigenous, because they're fisher folks, because they're tribals living on the coast. We are researching on how they can actually, use their traditional, ancestral knowledge of the ocean habitat that they really live in, which is passed down through ancestors and through actually living by the ocean. We are in the classrooms, we are in our research rooms, we are all over the world, living in cities. I can speak for myself, but it is important how we reach out to the ocean habitat to really transform all our research into action plan. So that's what I've been doing. And it's been a huge journey. And I request all of you, Sumit's team and the panelists, to join us as we take our mission forward, where oceans, glaciers, and the melting of ice, which comes down again to the oceans. So we're all responsible, whether it's in Brazil, there's a bottle that lands up in China. And then when I open it, when I'm diving in Bali, and then you get a bottle on show, and you won't believe it, the label on it says South Africa. So it's true that it just traveled, and we're all connected, like we're all connected in biodiversity, like that, our filth, our garbage, our ocean, and climate change is for real. When I saw that, a bit of, plastic bottle marked with South Africa or even from Brazil, that this is keeping on rotating, and this is moving, and this is seeing no end. So, we have to bring all our research, our knowledge, and today's session, and culminate at the end of the session with three of you, Sumit and myself, take this afternoon session forward to really have a goal-oriented session. So I'm so glad to have all three of you experts here. Without further ado, it'll be good to have Surbi with us here from CRISIL, who'd like to take the platform. And I welcome you, Surbi, and your expertise. Over to you.
Hi, Elsie. Thank you. So I will primarily be talking about the impact of climate change on our marine life. specifically our corals. So, like you mentioned, almost 90% of our heat generated by human activities gets absorbed by oceans, and 20 to 30% of our carbon emissions get absorbed by oceans, which is essentially leading to a rise in our ocean temperatures and acidification, which is causing the corals across our globe to bleach. And in addition to that, the local pressures in those local regions are threatening their very existence. So, one UN report recently said that about 70% of our reefs are at risk, 20% have already reached a point of no recovery. So, what it tells us is that if we do nothing, so in all likelihood, by 2040s, 90% of our corals will be lost, and all of them could be wiped out potentially by 2100. Basically, what happens is that when the water temperatures rise and they remain that way for 28 days, these corals experience a lot of thermal stress, and they expel the algae which live in them and are the cause of their color and also provide them strength. So, with no algae living in those corals, they weaken and they become more prone to storms, and they lose the nutrition which causes their death. And this is the loss of color or the bleaching is what we can is a visual indicator of this phenomenon. Earlier, what used to happen is that large scale bleaching would occur maybe once every 27 years, but at this point of time it's happening every 6 years. And if we do nothing about it, it might become like an annual event in the next 20 years or so. And the problem lies that the corals require about 5 years to recover from one single event, and we're not really giving them enough time to recover properly. As an example, the Great Barrier Reef bleaching event that happened in 2016-17 killed almost half of its corals. Now, a lot of us probably don't understand why the coral reefs are so important. So, even though they only comprise about 0.1% of our ocean floor, they have the highest biodiversity of all ecosystems and are often called the rainforest of our ocean. But that's also not enough of a justification for their complexity. These corals harbor almost 2 million species, which includes a quarter of all of our marine fish species. And in addition to that, they also circulate nutrients among our oceans. They provide all levels of a food chain, and are a very key indicator of ecosystem health. So not just for the ecosystem of coral reefs, but also those which are less sensitive to climate change. So if our corals reach a point of no recovery, this would have a cascading, irreversible impact on all ecosystems across the world. Additionally, almost a third of our global population is directly or indirectly relying on coral reef systems for their survival, either through food or for livelihoods. So things like shoreline protection is also a very primary thing for coastal communities from storms. And of course, coral reefs are critical for fishing and tourism industries. If we look at it financially, there was an assessment in 2014 that placed the cumulative value in terms of culture, social, and economy of our coral reefs at about 1 trillion US dollars. As an example, again, the Great Barrier Reef alone contributed to about $6.4 billion for the Australian economy every year. So it's no surprise that if our coral reef systems are lost due to climate change, it could very easily cost us about 500 billion USD annually by 2100. And given this grave situation, although there are a lot of people working towards the protection of our coral reefs through various solutions, but there are some solutions which are still in a nascent experimental stage. So these people who are working towards the cause also agree that all of these measures are just not enough. And hypothetically, even if someday we do achieve the target of limiting our global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius, the IPCC report still says that even that will have catastrophic effect on our coral reefs. So this only emphasizes the urgent need of a global cooperation and momentum towards reducing our global temperature rise, primarily the anthropogenic climate change, and this could have a cascading effect on all life across the world. Over to you, Elsie.
That was insightful, Surabhi, absolutely. And would you like to expand if you've done any coral research work or visited any coral sites anywhere part of the world?
I haven't visited any, but I've researched a few. So there are a lot of things that are currently going on across the world for saving these corals. They are trying to manually relocate relatively resilient coral reefs from one location to another to see if they thrive in other circumstances. The corals themselves have started to move away from our equatorial belt towards our subtropical belt because they're so vastly affected by the impact of climate change. But again, that is a function of their ability to move through these ocean streams, right? And other than that, people are starting to build secondary coral reefs. So when we have, they're trying to build structures and then they plant these corals there so then they can grow by themselves. But bottom line is that these things are very primarily short term probably, and they are still experimental solutions. We need more large scale interventions from our global authorities, coordination. We need policy interventions to prevent unsustainable fishing or tourism activities in these areas.
You're absolutely right, Surabhi, absolutely dot on when you say that whatever corals are already existing, whatever little we have left, instead of building artificial ones or trying to regrow bits of other corals. I have been with conservation groups all over the world where we do coral rehabilitation and we try and regrow corals. And I'm studying that as well right now. But one day, come dive with me underwater and see the corals bleaching with with your own eyes, and it'll be such a shame when you see them absolutely stark white, as totally bleached as compared to the lively red, orange, flaming colors of actual corals which they were in their initial family state. So that would be wonderful, and when you have that first-hand insight, you know how it is. So I think your inputs were very, very valuable. And coral reefs also absorb a lot of, carbon. And that's what saves us who are living above the ocean. So that contributes a lot. So that was very insightful, Surabhi. Absolutely. So we will get back to you again at the end of these sessions. But besides coral reefs, we also have many other aspects of the ocean. We have the glaciers, and we also have many other aspects of how these global warming affects all the oceans, and the ice melting to come down eventually and increase the ocean temperature. So that's so important. So expanding on those technicalities and scientific details, I'd like to call upon Hemant. He will talk about today his details on the same. Hemant, warm welcome.
Thank you, Elsie. Great to be here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to discuss and understand the impacts on oceans and life underwater. And as we all know, I'll just try to build what Surabhi was explaining on the impacts on coral reefs. Like we all know that the entire climate system of the Earth is dependent on the climate system of the oceans, right? So speaking of the impacts on oceans, like we can talk about the hydrological factors that that has changed the marine species on various aspects. It may be a geographical aspect, or it may be a seasonal variations, or it may be a changes in the sea ice, or it may be changes in the biogeochemical aspects. So all these aspects or all these changes has resulted in a shift in a species composition, or overfishing, which is we have to worry a lot on a lot of in a recent times we are a lot of things are being stressed on overfishing, and also not only that, there's abundance of uh, biological composition in the oceans. That is one, and the rate of the shift of the different species in the marine has changed. For instance, if I have to give an example, like the species which live at the upper 200 meters of the sea surface, is changing at a rate of 52 to plus or minus 33 kilometer per decade, as per the IPCC reports, which is disturbing, right? And why is this happening? So there may be several aspects, or there may be several factors which shape these changes. So it may be a local current temperature, or it may be a local current oxygen level, or the latitudinal longitudinal variations, or the gradients, or it may be a ocean acidification as well. And not only that, we can also, it's clearly evident that there's a lot of phytoplankton blooms that are happening earlier this year, which was supposed to happen in a different season, but it's happening earlier compared to the previous season, right? So that is one. And also this increase in seawater seawater infiltration into the estuaries, which is actually affecting the habitat which lives in the estuaries. So that is one of the important thing. And we have, from the past 100 years, we have lost over 50% of the coastal wetlands. So maybe because of human pressures and acidification, as I explained earlier. So talking about this impacts on ecosystems, so we can also concentrate on the habitat contraction. For instance, this anthropogenic barriers which we are building upon the coastal belt has restricted the coastal marshes to expand. For instance, we are building upon the beaches. Development activities are happening along the beach side. So that actually constrains the expansion of the mangroves. We can see that, we can witness that in the Sundarbans, India. And yeah, talking also about the impacts on coastal zones, a lot of effects on the coastal residents, or the indigenous people. Like for instance, like impacts in the aspect of food insecurity. It may be cultural identity, or it may be the spatial distribution of different species that is happening. For instance, a fisherman has to travel a various distance to, in the search of a specific species of fish. Because of the spatial distribution of the different species, it is very hard for him to, search for the specific species, because sometimes he has to also cross the international waters, which is another problem. So this kind of problems are there in the coastal zones. And not only that, there's also a riverine salinity that's increasing, especially near the delta. For instance, especially in the Sundarbans, you can witness that, wherein a lot of rivers, you know, uh, reach the sea. That's where there's a lot of riverine nutrients that is passing along the oceans. So that is one aspect, and yeah, and also this is the salinity of the oceans, which is also changing. Changing on, also having an impact on the coastal on the coastal zones. Yeah, and also talking about the mitigation plans for all these impacts, whether it's a coastal ecosystem or a coastal zones or indigenous people. A lot of mitigation plans have already been taken by several governments of the world, but we have to up our game in this. We have to be quick. We have to act fast. So I just mention few of the mitigation plans here, like based upon the integration of the environmental vulnerability, or the social vulnerability, or the infrastructure vulnerabilities, which is happening. So measures like a dikes, or a seawall, or surge barriers, for instance, and the coastal retreats, for example. Education is another important mitigation plan, to educate the indigenous people during the natural calamities or the uncertain situations. That is one more thing. And this adaptation strategies, which brings in a lot of investments. So only the developed nations can afford this adaptive strategies. So the developed nations has to help the developing nations and the poor small island countries to implement these adaptive strategies and mitigation plans. So that is one more important mitigation plan we have to remember. And one more thing is the ocean renewable energy. So we have to up our game in ocean renewable energy because we are very slow right now as far as this thing is concerned, especially post the pandemic. That is one, and also the ecosystem based and the hybrid approaches. So it's a novel based approach. There is many for and against topic about these approaches, but yes, it is better to go for the novel based approach. Depending upon whether we can go back to the previous condition. If you are not able to go back to the previous condition, go for the novel based approach. That's the best mitigation plan we can opt for. And so I'll just wind up here because of the time constraint. So I can keep going on about the mitigation plans. So yes, I'll back to you, Elsie.
That's brilliant, Hemant. Absolutely right. Where you said small island nations, they get affected the most. In fact, they contribute the least amount of pollution and climate, carbon into the air, and they're the least polluters. In fact, the small island nations, and they get affected the most. Right from Maldives to Mauritius to Madagascar, and the small island nations are already, going uh, below sea level. And that's what you said. Mitigation comes in there. Absolutely right, Hemant. So hopefully we'll be able to take forth our resources, our knowledge bank through the climate summit, young climate summit leaders. All of you know that you have the capacity, you have the time, and you have your knowledge and resources. And let's get our heads together and ensure that the end of the session, which is goal oriented, and we at least reach out to our leaders and policy decision makers and ensure that what you rightly outlined, all these mitigation rules and details can reach them, and how we can help them to enforce it. So that was wonderful from you, Hemant. That was fabulous. And taking it on from there, another aspect where climate change and oceans are connected, and how important it is that we develop on keep a balance. It's such a dicey situation where literally we're caught between the devil and the deep sea here. And who better than Akula Singh to tell us, because she's the expert in urban development reforms, and she's the expert where Akula, how do you strike that balance? I mean, between the devil and the deep sea. How do we control infrastructure and as well as look after climate change and mitigation where our oceans are concerned?
Yeah, thanks, Elsie. I just briefly explain where all of this to start off with. And so we're all aware that we're witnessing extreme weather events, be it severe heat waves, heavy precipitation, droughts, wildfires, and these are impacting our cities increasingly now. But at the center of all of this, like we're all talking about, ocean ecosystems are at the epicenter of global warming. All of you stressed so far that oceans absorb a vast capacity of the heat, the carbon dioxide, and that they've been acting as our carbon sinks since so many years. But it seems like they've hit their tipping point. The Arctic region, for instance, is a major hotspot for the effects of climate change in oceans. And as the ice sheet is melting, increasingly large areas in the Arctic are now opening up for shipping, extracting natural resources such as oil, gas, and fish. And this is only going to add to global warming and loss of biodiversity. Many countries, especially Russia, are like rushing to capture those resources, but I think it's just going to make things worse. And we need to tackle that also at its root before it gets worse. And as this ice sheets are melting, the ocean is going to trap more and more heat, which was earlier getting reflected back by the ice sheets. So this is going to further heat up the earth, melt our glaciers. And I mean, for instance, last year was the hottest on record for the Arctic area, wherein the ice sheet was at its second lowest on record. And it's likely to be gone by 2035. So you can imagine how much more warming of the oceans that will cause. Also, while there is ice sheets on sea that's melting, the large areas of ice sheets or glaciers on land are also melting. So last year's summer triggered about loss of 600 tons of ice from Greenland. Why this is significant is because, unlike the retreat of sea ice, the loss of land-based glaciers directly cause the seas to rise. And this puts our coastal regions around the world at extreme risk. And some of these coastal regions are major metropolitan cities. So the geography of major metro cities like Mumbai, Dhaka, New York, Miami, Shanghai, all of these are expected to change significantly by 2050 and more so by 2100, by the end of the century, right? And as these glaciers melt, they mess up the entire oceanic ecosystem because they mess up there's a conveyor belt like ocean currents that run in the ocean, which regulate local weather and climate conditions. So that messes up. Like I could relate to when you said that, South Africa's bottle is found in Bali, because there's this conveyor system working in our oceans and everything is connected. So we're not isolated when we're operating or looking at the ocean system. And it's increasingly being observed that because of climate change, this system is really getting messed up. For instance, the great Atlantic Ocean circulation has slowed down by 15% since the middle of the century. And that's increasingly affecting the temperature and weather patterns in all countries bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Closer home, the Indian Ocean surface temperature has risen by actually 1 degree Celsius since 1950, which is compared to just a global average of zero point 0.6 degrees ocean warming. So we're feeling the effects of that increasingly. And this is the area that actually houses some of the world's most densely populated and poorer regions in the Southern Asia. And as sea levels rise, we're witnessing more deadly heat waves, alteration of the monsoon cycle, and unseasonal rains, floods, cyclones. So that's impacting some of our coastal regions and cities as well. Now, just to quickly move on to some of the mountain glaciers as well, which how they also impact the oceans and the whole pattern impacts them. And what better to talk about than the Himalayan glaciers, because a study says that they're contributing roughly to a third of the measured sea level rise, which is actually the same as the contribution of the Greenland ice melt and the Antarctic ice sheet melt as well. And this impacts our cities even more because a lot of our cities are on riverbanks. So as these mountain glaciers melt more and more, we're witnessing flooding disasters, and they will escalate over the next 50 years. So cities along the Ganga, along the river, will face acute water stress, large-scale migration, and probably even conflict in some of these urban areas and rural areas. Disasters like the Uttarakhand flooding disaster are just going to increase more and more over the years. Another thing for a country like India that's important is that our reliance on monsoon is really huge. Our agriculture, most of our livelihood depends on that. So as these ocean currents change, this impacts the onset of monsoon, the frequency, the intensity of them. And so the southeast monsoon, for instance, is said to increase considerably over the next century. And this will only increase the impact that the Himalayas are facing. And like I mentioned, some of these cloud bursts and glacial melts are going to increase further. Rainfall will become more erratic with changes in these monsoon patterns. And we're already witnessing that. So we'll all remember how in 2015, Chennai had its worst floods in many years because of the massive rainfall, whereas just last year, it had 55% deficient rainfall. So how cities are struggling to make sustainability strategies, resilience plans, and keep better plan for mitigation strategies to deal with climate change. And then floods in Kerala, Karnataka, cyclones in Tamil Nadu, Odisha. They're just getting worse and worse. So just to sum it up quickly, the climate change, how climate change and the resulting change in ocean ecosystem is impacting rainfall patterns, which is resulting in droughts, floods, which are going to increase the probability of crop failures, uh, and increase both the insecurity of livelihood and food insecurity. And like Hemant mentioned, there's a rise in sea level rise, which is causing intrusion of salt water, again impacting the dependence that a lot of our cities have on this river system. So a lot of things that are just going to get worse over the years, and our cities are a major stakeholder because they contribute about over 70% of the carbon emissions, and their dependence on natural resources is the maximum. So unless all these cities come together, plan better for the future, and try to regulate and make commitments to regulate their carbon emissions and increase in climate change, we're looking at a gloomy future.
That was very insightful, in fact, very well outlined. Yeah. But, you know, you are working on urban development and reforms, right, Apula?
Yeah.
So in this particular aspect, I'd like to cite an example where your work as, an expert in urban development and reforms, we're saying strike a balance, right? I don't know how far the government in our own country is striking a balance. What, in a case like what happened earlier this year, the Amphan, the cyclone which came to the mangrove district of Sundarbans, I've been working with the tribals there as well. They were, neck deep in water, and their homes were devastated. And we have all the satellite GIS, the works that you have up in the sky, but we still can't predict it coming. We can't protect the people and the ocean habitat, in advance. I mean, with such advanced technology, we still can't predict as clearly as we would want them to. But my main question would be, having said that, would be really if mangroves themselves are being destroyed, if the entire delta of that entire, Sundarban area was turned upside down. In fact, I'm not even talking about the satellite predictions. I'm not even talking about the mangrove entire being buffer zones to protect the whole of city of Calcutta. The whole of West Bengal was saved because of that. But here, as we turn the table upside down, inverted pyramid, would you say infrastructure would help here to save places like these in the coast, like Chennai, like Sundarbans?
Yeah.
Do you think it would be a blessing, guys? How would you say is what I'm saying is justified or not?
Yeah, I don't think we need more infrastructure. I think we just need better planning. There's currently the continuum between rural and urban areas, and between some of these more vulnerable and less vulnerable groups is there physically, but in terms of planning, in terms of funding that's allocated to them, and how well they are protected, whether their access to certain resources, I think is really missing. So I think the way, if you look at, say, the case of Odisha, in a way, it's often talked about how the government over the years has seen so many cyclones, and it has sort of mastered how it will do early sort of relocation of people. So some of those technologies, the disasters are only going to get worse, I think, over the years. So what we need to do is to protect people, the vulnerable groups, from some of these hazards, and plan better in advance. And we already know some of these areas are going to be hit over and over again, and will even get submerged over the years because of rise of sea levels. So it's time to start already thinking about some of those relocation plans, mitigation plans, and because governments mostly don't care, because some of the people living in those areas are the poorer lot or the vulnerable, which don't have a voice. So how we can better integrate them into governance structures? We need to go to the level of the people and actually listen to them. I don't think anyone does that unless, why cities are able to make so much noise is because the people have access to, say, social media, or they have access to the local politicians who are able to come on national TV, make some noise. So we need to be able to empower those people living in these areas and make their voices heard. Because like you mentioned earlier, how the indigenous group already has uh, techniques and ways of tackling some of these disasters, because this is like indigenous knowledge that is passed on to them. So there's a lot that the government can also learn, and at the same time also help save them using modern technology, being able to predict better and allocating more funding to climate change, which is right now, I think, barely, I mean, minimalistic. If there is any plan that's at the national level, it does not seep down to these areas that are actually getting impacted.
Yeah, that throws so much clarity, and to me as well. I needed to know that, and all our audiences here as well. So all our three esteemed guests and panelists have been absolutely brilliant and have shared wisdom in your own fields. What I'd like to pose across to each one of you today is, um, could you cite some challenges? I mean, like Apula, you're already working in urban development and reforms. I mean, if you could cite some examples, if I don't know if you've already have worked in ocean habitat and urban development, but in your work, and what do you foresee, or have you experienced any before? The challenges to all three of you, in fact. What are the biggest challenges do you see in enforcing this, mitigation?
Yeah, I think one thing, because I look at city governance. So a major challenge that we face is, I think, lack of data. How do you plan better unless you have available data? Our cities, I mean, don't even have basic data on how much money they allocate for something as basic as water or sanitation. They don't have good plans for how the city would be developed. There should be certain areas which should be left at green zones or should be marked as mangrove areas. So we're encroaching upon some of these natural sinks more and more often, and there is hardly any documentation that's available with the city. And this laxity of planning is, I think, and the availability of data for the public to engage with it and actually voice some of these concerns, or even work with the government to improve the condition, I think is a major challenge. We were looking at how many cities, some of the major cities across India have, whether they have even a resilience plan, right? And so we looked at some 24 cities, and about just 10 or 11 of them have resilience plans that they've made just over the last 2-3 years. So implementation of those is really poor. Most of them don't even have them. So some of these things, I think, really hinder the way we will be able to plan for or put the mitigation plans into action.
That's beautiful, because without data we'd be nowhere. And even if they have data, I think we should have public hearings. It should be shared, with the experts, with the team. I think the climate desk at the nation's head also should expand, and sharing of data also is so important, so that we know, what outlines are there in our ocean habitat, and what mitigation can take place, and where we can expand and where we cannot. And without data, that's the foundation, in fact, of any way forward. So that's very valuable information, data. And Hemant, what would you say is your biggest challenge, if you've experienced or you'd like to throw light on?
Yes, as Apollo explained, the data is one of the biggest challenge. I agree with her completely. And another challenge which I have personally experienced is the buffer zone between the rural and the urban communities decreasing. So it has to be there has to be certain buffer zone between them, because when the cities getting expanded, it's very hard for us, to involve ourselves to help out the indigenous people across the coastal communities. And even when we identify the exploited areas, it involves a lot of investments. Again, the governance challenges appear when it comes to investment. And that is one. Even if we are going for a infrastructure mitigation plan and we are building across a seawall or a dike, challenge, you know, because sometimes it might have a negative effect on the ecosystem as well. So it all depends upon the physiography of the area while building upon the seawall or a dike. So I feel providing an infrastructure facility to the affected areas is quite a problem, and it also has its own negative effects. So before getting into this novel approach, we have to solve this problem in a classical rate, so that even if it reaches before the tipping point, we have to solve the problem before it reaches the tipping point. So I feel mitigation plan with respect to governance and with respect to infrastructure is a big challenge.
Yeah, Hemant, I think, interstate coordination, because there's so much of overlapping of, our own, like I would cite an example in Maharashtra, our borders, the Konkan areas, the Sindhudurg areas, all overlap with Karnataka and Goa and everything down, south. So, and Gujarat on the north end, yeah. So we're all, interstate connections are more important, like you said, to take this mitigation forward, because you think that the line is getting more narrower, right, between the buffer zones. Yes, yes, you're absolutely right. And then that line may just disappear. That will be your biggest challenge. That's what you're saying, right? And coming back to
Exactly.
Surbi, what would you say was your biggest challenge ever experienced, or what would you throw light on?
Adding to what everything has been said so far, even if we do have data, we need to also have accountability of how that data is being used. If we have policies in place, we need to have accountability if what has been proposed is actually getting implemented or not. That will also help, guide future developments, control unplanned coastal development, promote maybe responsible coastal tourism. Even if it's an economic factor, it also has to take into account the environmental considerations. And for our indigenous communities in those areas, capacity building and generating awareness is extremely important, because if they do get impacted by rising sea levels, they need to find some alternative source of income. They cannot completely rely, or that sort of capacity they need to have, and generate awareness in terms of if their own practices are probably not as sustainable, or how they can generate awareness in their communities or for the tourists who come in. These kind of things, even though they seem like smaller interventions, they do have larger ramification. And of course, at the end of the day, it's not just interstate coordination that is required. We also need international commitment to resolve these issues. So,
Yeah, that's absolutely brilliant, because when they say that they've got the environmental assessment in place, and when we ask them to share it, we have to enforce it, we have to do RTIs, and then ask for the environmental assessment report before anything goes up in infrastructure here, as against environmental laws. But then when we ask for an intervention for an international party to do a second opinion where environment assessment is concerned, whenever, but that's denied. So like you said, right on, that you do need international intervention as well. You do need international expertise. And having said that, I think accountability, like you said, is the factor, also one of the factors, which is absolutely a very big challenge. And from accountability stems, what would you say, law enforcement. Right. I mean, even if you're accountable, and if you find your details and your data and everything, the laws aren't being enforced. So just a quick line. I think we're running out of time. How are we doing on time, Sumit?
Yeah, I'm here that we are way above our time. So that you see my face and try to wrap up.
Okay, okay. So the last line from every one of you, a few lines of closing, is accountability, data collection, international and assistance are some of the challenges that we be facing, like our panelists expanded on today. So what would you say? your last closing note, and how could we get all this together and move forward to ensure that there's action plan? Yes, very quickly. Surabhi, Hemant, Apula, over to you.
So, like we just said, we have to make sure that the message goes across the board to everybody. Awareness is definitely important. Coordination among communities and everybody, all our stakeholders, and as much as we can do, we have to try and control our rising temperatures across the world.
That's fabulous. Now, like we said, today is the Young Leaders Summit. So the three of you are very young people, absolutely daring and dashing and passionate, all ready to go. Would you say, would you ever write or communicate with the climate desk of the government of India to take this forward? Surabhi, would you do that?
Definitely, yeah.
Excellent. So that's where your accountability comes from, right? The root. So let's get together, let's get our forces together and ensure that today's webinar is climate action oriented, accountability, measurable action, and that's where we reach our goal. And that's where, you know, the webinar and our session reaches some sort of fruition at the end of, you know, in a 1 hour where you as experts, you as young blood can take this forward. Yes, very quickly, Hemant.
Yes, definitely. I would communicate with the local government and for the policy change or anything as such. And above all, like I would like to educate the local communities around so that a lot of people can get to know about climate change, especially in my area, in rural areas. People hardly know about climate change or global warming, and even if they know, they are quite ignorant about it. I would personally go and educate these communities like along with my job. Like I have done it previously as well. Like especially the school children or the local communities in my area. Definitely, this would be a small things, a small change. So these small changes can definitely
Yes, Hemant. Bang on. You know why? Because you just don't have to go to the central government or your state government. What about in the backyard, our own municipality? So you've been doing excellent work there. I mean, your own municipality who is in charge of your very road, your very forest, right in your own backyard. So you can start with that as well. That's an excellent point for us and for our audience here today. Fabulous. Yes, so to sum it up, Apula?
Yeah, I think we need partnerships. I'll keep it small. So partnerships in planning, implementation, and enforcement.
Yes, that's a beautiful saying. If you want to go, you know, a long way, I mean, you need to walk together. And if you need to go fast, you can go alone. So that you've summed it up so well, Apula. It's brilliant, and it's such a pleasure to have you on board here with us today. And I hope that the 3, 4, or 5 of us and Sumit's team, you know, the entire summit reaches culmination of action and a goal-oriented plan where at the end of today, he has a series of you know, summits and sessions here today. Absolutely a non-stop marathon. Salute you there, Summit, and keep on doing the good work. But you need all our panelists and all of us together as led by you to see this to, you know, action plan, seeing it in place where we take this on further. So I'd like to personally thank on behalf of Sumit and the Young Leaders Summit here today, each and one of you here who took the time and your expertise sharing here on this very platform. And it was excellent having you on board. And I'd love to connect with each one of you. Even after this webinar is over, we can do so much together, like Apula said very so rightly, and we'll take that forward. So it's been a wonderful afternoon. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. That's all from me. Sumit, over to you.
Thank you, Elsie. Thank you, Apula, Surbi, Hemant. What an enriching conversation, guys. I was just glued to my screen and was listening to each and every word you guys were saying. And the closing remarks, one-liners. I mean, key takeaways from the session are just to be remembered forever. Talk to the government, start local and partnerships. Amazing, amazing end of the day. So, and keeping all of this in mind, the next 2 days are going to be building on to what we just closed. And the final day, we are in fact closing in with a special guest coming in for fireside chat. Giovanna from UK, who has started a partnership venture about SDGs, and she'll be talking about her venture on the final day. So, whatever points you're mentioning, I'm happy that we are actually covering all of those in much detail in the coming sessions. So, thank you, all of you. Special thanks to LC for moderating such a great panel. Apula and Surbi and Hemant for your all insights, and this the end could not have been better with what you just said. So thank you so much for coming on board. Now I'll just take it to the audience. Now you guys can
Thank you so much.
turn your cameras off. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here. It was pleasure listening to all.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
So great. Thank you, guys. So now we are at the end of the summit of day one. We had an amazing set of panels and discussions since morning. We had two great keynote speakers who had come in. Gloria, all the way from Nigeria, talking about the reality which is being denied by a lot of people, talking about uh, all those all the facts that are being denied everywhere, and just look at the passion. 4:40 a.m., 4:30 a.m. in the morning, and she was up and talking about it. So yeah, so here we are now, going forward from there. Then we had Olivia Deka from Assam talking about how women are, being left out in all the climate conversation, and I think they are the ones who should lead. And following the panel, the great panel discussions on social justice and climate change, the truths within the hoax, then gender and climate change. Impacts on oceans and glaciers, and the life underwater. What amazing sessions. So thanks to all of you. Stay tuned, there is a lot more coming up in day 2 and day 3. So there are great keynote speakers coming in tomorrow. We are going to talk about the economics of climate crisis, and we start with economic economic expert Tarun Arora, who's going to talk about the economics and the impacts of climate change on the economics, and how we can do better there. And then we also talk about the role of corporate culture, the corporates in mitigating the climate change. And Bruna Ilyas from Lebanon is going to join us and deliver a keynote address there. And there will be 5 more sessions talking about the same thing. So thank you, all of you, for tuning in for this for the day 1 of the summit. Stay tuned for the day 2 and day 3. Here all, thank you. Bye bye.